Honorable members, I think we should start with our meeting. I can see that several members have joined here, and we should be having the required number to proceed with the meeting. Good evening to all of you. Good evening to our technical team, the legal team, senior counsel, Advocate Arendse. Bonani, may we please have the agenda flighted? Thank you. Thank you so much. Maybe what we should do, can I check if we have apologies? Have we received any apologies, Bonani?
Good evening, Chair. I have not received any apology.
Honorable Breitenbach has said that she has a surgery today. I don't know if she would have joined us, but it's okay. The honorable members from the DA will confirm if she's going to be able to attend or not. Honorable Cameron.
Apologies for interrupting you, Chair. I just wanted to say that the Honourable Breitenbach, as you correctly said, had surgery today. I haven't spoken with her later today, so I'm not sure if she might join a little bit later, but I just wanted to confirm that. And then, Chair, there is going to be approximately 20 minutes between 7:30 and 7:50 that I need to jump off quickly. I just wanted to give an early warning for that. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Thank you so much. That is accepted, Honorable Cameron. Is there any other member who wants to speak on the item on apologies? Okay, I'm not seeing any hand, so the apology that we have received from Honorable Breitenbach and Honorable Cameron will be the apologies that are recorded for the purpose of this meeting. Honorable Cameron, Honorable Breitenbach has joined.
Good evening, Chair. Sorry, I was struggling to log on.
Good evening, Honorable Breitenbach. We had just informed the meeting that you had a surgery today, and so we were not sure what time you were going to join or if you were going to be able to join.
Thanks, Chair. Yes, I have joined, and I was just struggling to log on. Thank you.
No, we welcome you. Thank you so much. We will then move to the agenda, honorable members. On the agenda, we are going to receive the report from the technical team on the schedule of proceedings, which we will resume tomorrow with Minister Mkhwanazi. And then from there, we will also receive a report on the request that the ad hoc committee has made to the speaker for the extension. And then the technical team, the legal team will, I think it should be Andile, will make a presentation on the legal opinion on the matter which has preoccupied us during the proceedings on the participation of members whose name would have been mentioned by witnesses, or the latest, whether a member could or can question a witness when a member has opened a case against such witness. So we will get a legal opinion on that one, and the legal team will further make a presentation on the proposed names of witnesses that we should consider to invite for consultation, since we are about to exhaust the list that we have had. And members must also remember that in the last meeting we developed a long list which we have not finalized. So we will take the presentation from the legal team after the first three witnesses, General Mkhwanazi, General Masemola, and General Sibia have presented. And then we will make a determination on the witnesses that members will wish to invite to appear before the committee. And I must also indicate that members have directed that we should have a meeting with the chairperson of the JSCI and the chief whip and Honorable Frolic and the speaker. That meeting is still being arranged because the speaker was not available last week, and we hope that on her return we should be able to have that meeting. So can I check, honorable members, if there are any other items that members will want to add to the agenda before adoption?
Chair, it's Glynis. I did give you the legal opinion we received for the Honourable Kona Barnard, and I gave it to Vunani as well, so I assume it's been distributed.
Yeah. I instructed that it must be made available. When we present the legal opinion, we will also give you opportunity, Honourable President Barb, to talk to that matter.
Thank you very much.
You are welcome. Any further submission, honourable members? Okay, can I have one of the members moving for the adoption of the agenda?
I so move, Chair.
Thank you so much, Honourable Braden Bach. Any seconder?
I second, Chair.
Thank you so much, Honourable Sange. Dr. Tuli, can you please take us through the presentation? You will share your presentation with the legal team. Once you are done, you will hand over to them to proceed.
Okay, thank you, Chairperson. Good evening to you and members and colleagues and guests that we have in this meeting tonight. I will be doing a presentation, Chair, just giving members an update on where we are with regards to certain matters. I'm trying to also share, Chairperson, at the moment. If you can give me just a second to share. Let's see. Can members see my presentation? Can the members see my presentation?
Yes, we can, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
Yes, we can.
Thank you so much. It's going to be a very, very short presentation, members. as members would know that the hearings or the witnesses have been coming to the committee, meaning that now we are in full swing with regards to the witnesses presenting themselves before the committee itself. So members, in this presentation, I'm going to focus on the committee program, where we are, and the changes that are actually proposed to the initial program. And I will also give some feedback or update on the public participation process, and also to speak to the request for an extension and the speaker's response to that request from the committee itself. And Mr. Tetyane, the legal advisor, would actually give members some update on the legal opinions that were requested by the committee. And Advocate Arendse, the senior counsel, will actually look into the list of the witnesses that must still come before the committee. In terms of the program members, the next witness that we're going to be having is Minister Senzo Mkhunu, and he will be coming to the committee on the 16th and 17th of October to be interviewed by the senior counsel, and on the 21st of October, where members will have an opportunity to actually present questions to him as well. The 22nd of October, it is a day that is reserved for preparations, or if there is a need to further engage with the Minister Senzo Mkhunu, then members would actually use or utilize that particular day for that. And then on the 23rd and 24th of October 2025, we have the former Minister of Police, Mr. Bheki Cele, who will be coming before the committee as well. On the 28th and 29th of October, the possible witnesses which are still going to be determined because of the consultations that are ongoing, that will be the current minister, Kachalia, and the two deputy ministers, Ms. Boshielo and Mr. Matale. With regards to the public participation, I just want to remind members that an advert calling for submissions went out using various platforms, and we have updated the members with regards to those platforms. And I wish to say that on social media platforms, the information was actually updated this morning, and we reminded the public of the closing date of the 17th of October 2025. And we are hoping that people will respond to that and will receive more submissions to the committee. Currently, we received 325 submissions, and the content team is looking at all those submissions and will produce a report for the consideration of the committee at a later stage. With regards to the request for an extension, the chairperson submitted that request for an extension letter to the office of the speaker on behalf of the committee. And fortunately, we have been granted another deadline, which is the 28th of November 2025. Thank you, Chairperson. I will hand over to Mr. Tetyane to give members or to update members on the opinions. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you so much, Dr. Thuli. Maybe just before we hand over to Andile, tomorrow and Friday is Minister Mkhunu, led by Senior Counsel Arendse. The 2 days. Correct?
Yes,
Dr.
Chairperson. Yes,
Yes.
Chairperson. That is correct, Chair.
And then Minister Mkhwanazi will come back again next week, Tuesday.
Yes, Chairperson. Next week, Tuesday, Minister Mkhwanazi, that is the 21st of October, Minister Mkhwanazi will be coming back to the committee. And on the 22nd of October, that is the day that we are reserving for anything that could be done with him, or we focus on the preparation for the next witness as well.
And then Thursday and Friday next week will be General Cele,
General Cele, yes, Chairperson.
former minister.
Yes, Chairperson.
Okay. Andile, you can go ahead.
Yeah, good evening, Chairperson. Chairperson, I don't know what's happening with my voice. All protocol observed, Chairperson. I won't mention everybody. Chairperson, you requested our office to provide the committee with an opinion on various issues related to the work of this committee. Chairperson, I'm assuming that members have taken time to go through the opinion. And of course, the background is spelled out, Chairperson, from paragraph 1 to paragraph 6. But I don't mind, Chairperson, to repeat it. During the committee proceedings of the 13th of October 2025, Lieutenant General Shetrek Sibia, Mr. Sibia, who appeared as a witness before the committee, made mention of the fact that he is participating in the proceedings under protest due to the fact that two members of the committee, Mr. David Mandas Kosana of the NK Party and Mrs. Lisa Maria Shikeling of the Democratic Alliance, are both complainants in a criminal case against him. We are advised that on the 14th of October 2025, which was yesterday, when it was time for members of the committee to put questions to the witness, Mr. Sibia refused to fill some of the questions put to him by Mr. David Kosana on the basis that the search and seizure warrant that was executed, sorry, I'm getting lost now, that was executed at his house on the 9th of October 2025 was, amongst others, occasioned by the criminal complaint opened against him by Mr. Kosana on 10 July 2025. Chairperson, it is common cause that on the 10th of July 2025, and this was widely reported even in the media, Mr. Kosana, a former member of parliament, a member of parliament representing the MK political party, opened a criminal case in Brooklyn against Minister Mkhwanazi, General Sibia, and others. He alleged that Mr. Mkhwanazi may have committed the offences of fraud, forgery, and defeating and obstructing the course of justice. It is also common cause that on the same day, Ms. Lisa Maria Shikeling, a member of the National Assembly and deputy spokesperson on police for the Democratic Alliance, registered a criminal case against Mr. Mkhwanazi. She alleged that Mr. Mkhwanazi may have committed the offence of fraud and the contravention of the powers, privileges, and immunities of Parliament and Provincial Legislatures Act, which we abbreviate as the PIPLA. Screen is failing me. Sorry for that. So Chairperson, you've addressed three questions to us. One question relates to a request for a written legal opinion on whether there is a reasonable apprehension of bias against the affected members. In addition, Chairperson, you have requested to be advised on the participation of the affected members in committee proceedings where such members have opened cases against witnesses, particularly on the issue of whether such members can put questions to witnesses. Furthermore, which is the third question, Chairperson, you have requested to be advised on what are the legal implications of witnesses appearing before the committee under protest as a consequence of participation in committee proceedings by the affected members. Chairperson, we briefly look at the regulatory environment, and of course, Section 57(1)(b) of the Constitution provides that the National Assembly may make rules and orders concerning its business with due regard to representative and participatory democracy, transparency, and public involvement. Chairperson, we say the rules of the National Assembly are the rules envisaged in Section 57 of the Constitution, and Rule 30 of the NA rules deals with declaration of private interest. It is a requirement for members to declare their private interest in as far as Parliament's business is concerned. Rule 167F of the National Assembly rules provides that the committee may determine its own working arrangements. So, Chairperson, if you look at Rule 30 of the NA, as well referred to it above, implicates personal or private financial or business interests of members. And our view, Chairperson, is that the circumstances of the affected members do not fall within the purview of Rule 30 of the NA rules. The same is also true, Chairperson, of the definition of conflict of interest found in Clause 1 of the Code of Ethical Conduct and Disclosure of Members' Interests for Assembly and Permanent Council members, which we refer here to as the Ethics Code. So, Chairperson, we say that if you look at Rule 167F, that rule confers a wide mandate on the committee to determine its own working arrangements. The implication of that is that the committee is at large to determine its own procedure in the conduct of its inquiry. Section 57, subsection 1 of the Constitution allows the National Assembly to determine and control its internal procedures and to make rules to do so. And Rule 167F, Chair, is a default rule that allows the committee to determine its own working arrangements where no other rule provides otherwise. So, Chairperson, we say that a committee that holds a public inquiry merely to report to the National Assembly in the performance of its functions does not perform administrative action subject to the rules of administrative justice laid down in PAJA. However, Chairperson, we are quite wide awake to the fact that such a committee does exercise public power and is obliged to do so in accordance with the fundamental principle of the rule of law. And the most significant of those principles for the purposes of this opinion is the requirement of rationality. This therefore means that the committee has a wide discretion to determine its own procedure and ultimately to compile its own report to the National Assembly. And of course, the only requirement is that it must do so within the bounds of rationality. And this means that both its procedure and its report must be rational, and rationality is a low threshold for the validity of decisions, which require only a minimum standard of procedural fairness, substantive reality. So, Chairperson, when we speak about fairness in this context, we say that the committee will usually satisfy that requirement by observing the following rules. One, witnesses should be allowed to have their own legal assistance if they choose. Witnesses should be allowed to have their lawyers with them and with reason consult and take advice from their lawyers, as it happened with General Sidia. But that is as far as it goes. The committee need not allow the lawyers to speak on behalf of their clients at all. The evidence must be given by the witness and not the lawyer. We also speak about the fact that, Chairperson, the committee should not in its report to the National Assembly make adverse findings against people without affording them an opportunity to address those findings. Shall we move to the legal test for bias or reasonable apprehension thereof? And we say, Chairperson, that the leading case here post 1994, is President of the Republic of South Africa and others versus SADF, which is the South African Rugby Football Union. This has been, I think, well articulated, by courts, even in other matters like Bennett versus ABSA. And the principles are that the test is whether there exists a reasonable apprehension of bias in the mind of a reasonable, objective, and informed person, whether there is a strong presumption of impartiality, which must be displaced by cogent evidence. We say the threshold for establishing bias is high, and speculative or subjective concerns are insufficient. Chairperson, in that case, the court quoted from a judgment of the United States Supreme Court, and this is what the court said. It said Supreme Court justices are strong-minded men, and on the general subject matters which come before them, they do have propensities. The course of decision cannot be accounted for in any other way. The fact that some aspects of these propensities may have been publicly articulated prior to coming to this court cannot, in my opinion, be regarded as anything more than a random circumstance that should not by itself form a basis for disqualification. Now, the Cape High Court chair recently has said in this regard, it is not bias per se to hold certain tentative views about a matter. It is a human nature to have certain prima facie views on any subject. A line must be drawn, however, between mere predispositions or attitudes on the one hand and prejudgment of the issues to be decided on the other. Bias or partiality occurs when the tribunal approaches a case not with its mind open persuasion, nor conceding that exceptions would be made to its attitudes or opinions, but when it shuts its mind to any submissions made or evidence tendered in support of the case, it has to decide. No one can fairly decide a case before him if he has already prejudged it. So, with regard to the application of the test, the court in South held that the test for a reasonable apprehension of bias is an objective one, as I have said, and that the onus of establishing it rests upon the applicant. Specifically with regard to proceedings of a lay tribunal, as opposed to a court composed of judges, the Supreme Court of Appeal has set out the governing principle as follows. The present is but one of the many cases in which an administrative body has failed to observe a principle which lawyers regard as elementary, and it will be a sad day if whenever this occurs, the body can be accused or suspected of bias. It is unfortunately one of the facts of life that administrative bodies perform their functions with varying degrees of competence. The mere fact that alternative partem was not observed does not by itself justify an inference of bias. In another case, Chairperson, in the South African Human Rights Commission on behalf of the Jewish Board of Deputies versus Masuku and others, the Constitutional Court approved the following dicta and then made the following important observation. There must be an articulation of a logical connection between the matter and the feared deviation from the course of deciding the case on the merits. The bare assertion that a judge has an interest in litigation or an interest in a party to it will be of no assistance until the nature of the interest and the asserted connection with the possibility of departure from the impartial decision-making is articulated. And I think, in this regard, we say that An interest is a personal belief, goal, or commitment, while a conflict of interest is a situation where that personal interest potentially compromises your official duty or ability to act objectively. Having an interest is not inherently bad, but a conflict arises when your personal interest clashes with your official responsibilities, leading to a risk of bias in your decision making. Chairperson, we are required to advise as to the applicable test for bias in the particular circumstances of the committee conducting an investigation into the allegations made by Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi. In our view, the test is the same as that for any other lay body charged with making determinations of fact. Chairperson, as we know, the committee is a fact-finding body and must base its findings on the evidence presented to it and must provide reasons, therefore. Members of the committee may accordingly not bring to the fact-finding inquiry their own political views or biases, or those of the various parties which they represent. This is not to say that members may not have prima facie views regarding the subject of the inquiry. That would be an impossible requirement and would ignore the fact that most people, including judges, have predispositions which they bring to their adjudicative function. It is also a matter of public record that most, if not all, of the political parties represented on this committee have adopted a position one way or the other in respect of the subject matter of this inquiry. Provided, however, that they keep an open mind and reach their conclusions based on an honest and fair evaluation of the evidence placed before them. They are not per se biased merely because they or the political parties that they represent have taken such a view. Accordingly, our view is that the test for bias in the case of committee members is the same as that for other lay bodies, as set out above. The threshold for establishing bias is high, as we have already said, and speculative or subjective concerns are insufficient. In the premises, we hasten to opine that the cases that were opened by the affected members before the initiation of the subject inquiry do not exhibit bias or give rise to a reasonable apprehension thereof. In our view, a reasonable observer, if aware of these cases, would consider that they were registered before the commencement of the committee hearings. Such observer would also be aware of the fact that the cases were registered not in the context of the inquiry, but in the context of apparent contradictory versions made by Mr. Mkhwanazi, both in the public domain and before a committee of parliament regarding his association with Mr. Brown Mkhwanazi. Moreover, it is the National Prosecuting Authority that will determine whether there are any prospects of success in prosecuting the said cases. They would also bear in mind the principles we have already referred to in respect of judges and lay persons regarding absolute neutrality. As long as the decision maker keeps an open mind and is prepared to be guided and informed by the evidence and submissions, he or she is not disqualified merely because he or she has articulated a particular view at some point in the past. Furthermore, we must point out, Chairperson, that the affected members are not the decision makers in this process. The committee as a whole deliberates on the evidence presented and then conveys its conclusions to the National Assembly. Consequently, we are not aware of any reason for the affected members to withdraw from the inquiry. For that reason, Chairperson, the affected members, like any other members of the committee, have a right to put questions to those witnesses they have registered cases against. In terms of Section 15 of PIPLA, a witness is not entitled to refuse to answer a question merely because the answer might incriminate him or her. Section 16 of PIPLA also provides that an incriminating answer may, however, not be used against the witness in subsequent proceedings. Important, in terms of Section 17(1)(c) of PIPLA, a person who fails without sufficient cause to answer fully and satisfactorily all questions lawfully put to him or her under Section 15B, which deals with examination of witnesses, or to produce any document in his or her possession or custody, or under his or her control, which he or she has been required to produce under Section 15B, commits an offense and is liable to a fine or to imprisonment for a period not exceeding 12 months, or to both the fine and the imprisonment. Finally, Chairperson, those witnesses who are appearing before the committee under protest are entitled to assert their rights in a competent court as the judicial authority of the Republic of South Africa is vested in the courts. And Chairperson, we would just want to refer you to a full court decision of the Western Cape in a case, Public Protector versus Chairperson of Section 194 Inquiry and others. The case is a 2022 case, but it was decided or judgment was delivered in 2023. There, the Public Protector brought no less than 12 grounds of recusal. And the court Chairperson said, we thus find, on the basis of in medias res, that it would not be appropriate for this court to permit a piecemeal review of proceedings. The court further said that the applicant retains effective remedies which remain available to her once the committee has completed its work. She has not shown the existence of grave injustice or that any harm which may have been suffered by her will be material and irreversible if the committee is permitted to proceed with its task. So, Chairperson, courts have been very loath. This was a full court, Chairperson, judgment. Courts have been very low, Chairperson, to stop proceedings in medium res, in other words, in the middle of things or midstream. Chairperson, we so advise. Thank you very much.
Andile.
Yes, Chairperson.
Andile.
Yes, Chairperson.
So, what are the advices in respect of those three matters?
I thought I sketched them out, Chairperson, but I can repeat them. Because we're saying, Chairperson, if you look at the test, Chairperson.
No, not to look at. I think you have just presented, just to say, number one, this is the advice. If in all the three matters, the legal opinion says there is nothing wrong preventing members from participating, you just say no in all those three instances. This is what we are advising.
Yeah, but Chairperson, there's a rider to it in terms of Honorable Kola Barnett, because if you look at the terms of reference, Chairperson, you'll see that I think 4114 speaks about misconduct-related issues for members of Parliament. So it's only when the committee is seized with that that she may not participate in the proceedings of the committee. Otherwise, Chairperson, in summary, we see no impediment in those affected members participating in the ad hoc committee. Thanks, Chairperson.
Okay. May I request Honorable Breitenbach, because they have also sourced an opinion as the Democratic Alliance, if they want to talk to their legal opinion regarding Honorable Kola Barnett. Honorable Breitenbach.
She's on her way, Chair.
Okay. You will let me know when she's about to start.
I'm here. Thank you, Chair. Sorry, I switched the audio off on my device because Honorable Kadabon and I are together, and I don't know how to switch it back on. So now I'm using her computer. Chair, yes, we have circulated our legal opinion, and I think it speaks for itself. I don't propose to go through it. The honourable members can read it at their leisure. Suffice it to say that the conclusion reached by the independent counsel from the Cape Town Bar, Mr. Michael Bishop, is that there is no factual basis to conclude that the Honourable Cola Barnard is biased, conflicted, or otherwise cannot participate in the ad hoc committee. Nonetheless, because the allegations against her are an issue before the committee, the rules and the National Assembly rules and the code require Honourable Cola Barnard to withdraw from the proceedings when the issues in paragraph 4.1.14 in the terms of reference is considered or decided upon, which she will of course do. So the bottom line is, Chair, that she's not required to withdraw from the ad hoc committee when any other issues are discussed, and it's therefore so that she will rejoin the committee, and when the issues that are in the said paragraph are discussed, the Honourable Colonel Barnard will withdraw herself from those discussions.
Thank you so much. Are you done, Honorable Breitenbach?
I am. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And then, Andile, do you want to come back, or is it the senior counsel?
No, I'm done, Chair.
Yes, I wanted to check on the last item. Is it you or the senior counsel?
No, Chair, I'm done with my agenda items.
Okay. Senior counsel?
Good evening, Chair and honourable members. Chair, do you want me to comment on the two opinions that have been provided, or do you want me to move to the next item?
I want you to move to the next item of the witness list.
Okay. May I ask my two co-counsel to, with your leave, to address the committee on this aspect, and may I, again, with your leave, Honourable Chair and honourable committee members, be excused from this meeting at about 8 or whenever the issue of the witnesses has been concluded. I obviously have a big day tomorrow and the next day, and lots of preparation ahead, Honourable Chair.
Okay, that is reasonable. Can we take the presentation?
Good evening, Chair, honourable members, the legal team and the technical team. It's Advocate Mariama Poita speaking. Chair, we have basically two lists. One that we propose to run from after former Minister Becky Cele gives his evidence, which would be from the 28th until the 11th of November. And then there's a further list, which is a list that we've compiled witnesses that have arisen or that we proposed from the evidence that was led by General Mkhwanazi. So the list moving forward after former Minister Beketele gives his evidence, we propose to have Deputy Minister Matale. I'm sorry? May I continue? Is this? Chair, may I continue, or is this, or does somebody want to give a?
No, you can continue.
So, Chair, we propose to have Deputy Minister Matale as a witness from 28 to 29 October. 28 would be for an opportunity for him to be led, his evidence to be led, and then the 29th would be for the honourable members to be available for the honourable members to give to the question. And then on the 4th of November, we propose to have Deputy Minister Boshelo, 6th November, Acting Minister Kachalia, 11th November, the NDPP Advocate Shamila Batoye, and then 13 to 14 November, we propose to have IDEC Advocate Anthea Johnson. Then there's a further list which we propose. There are no dates for those witnesses, and we haven't yet consulted with any of those witnesses. The list which I just mentioned, Chair, are witnesses that we have consulted with already, and we are in the process of finalizing their witness statements. So that's why we are in a position to allocate dates for those witnesses at this stage. The further list that we propose is Lieutenant General Kumalo, who is the project coordinator of the political task team, Lieutenant General Sentumule, who is the Divisional Commissioner, Detective and Forensic Services, the Chief of Staff of the Minister Mtuno, Mr. Kabinde, and Mr. Brown Mkhwanazi. Then we have Major General Rabi, who is from the National Commissioner's Office. He is in charge of strategic management. And then we propose to have Brigadier Litoko, who is also from the Office of the National Commissioner. We also have President Cyril Ramaphosa on the list, but the evidence leaders at this stage, Chair, propose to that a request for information be sent to the President in relation to the meetings that were held with him and General Masimula and Minister Mtunu and also former Minister Beketele. So those are the two lists that we have. Yeah. I don't know if my colleagues want to add anything to what I've just said. So I'll just give them an opportunity to comment on what I've said.
Evening, Chair. Evening, committee members. This is Advocate Lerato Zikalala. Thank you very much, Maria, for that presentation. I have nothing further to add to that.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Senior Counsel. Thank you, Maria. Thank you, Lerato. Maria, just clarify the last name of President Ramaphosa. What did you say on that name?
The names that we of the people that he had meetings with, or the president's name?
No. The second list that you presented, you mentioned 6 names there of the generals, and the last name, the last name that you mentioned was of the president, but I didn't hear you properly. It's like you were saying you have sent questions or what?
Oh, so no, in respect of President Cyril Ramaphosa, we propose to just at this stage send him a request for information in relation to the meeting with General Masimula and Minister Mkhwanazi. Chair, note that Minister Mkhwanazi's evidence is that the president approved. He had a discussion with the president in relation to the PKTT, and then we also proposed to ask the president about meetings or discussions that he had with a former minister, Bekitele. So the request went with those subjects.
No, that is very clear. And then the first list where you include Minister Kachalia, deputy ministers, is just a proposed schedule.
It's the proposed schedule that we were able to compile because, like I said, Chair, we already had consultations with these witnesses, and we are in the process of finalizing their statements. But because in terms of the process that we follow, we would prepare their statements, engage with them to confirm that they're happy with the content and that they approve, and then we will then confirm a date. So we're at the stage now where we're finalizing their statements, and we will communicate the dates with them if the committee approves this list.
Did you include IDEC and Advocate Batoi on that proposed schedule?
Yes, Chair. So maybe just to repeat the dates that we have.
Okay. No, it's fine. If you aren't included, it's okay.
Yes, we do have.
Maybe what I will suggest you do, because we still have a week coming, you can just have that schedule properly prepared, and we circulate it to the members tomorrow.
Will do, Chair.
Thank you so much. Honorable members, this is what we are going to do. We are going to discussions now. Let's take the discussions in this way. Dr. Tuli, in her presentation, Okay. Dr. Tuli, in her presentation, gave us a schedule of the witnesses that are coming this week. And the senior counsel and his team have also presented a full schedule up to the 11th of November, of course, which they will update and make it available tomorrow. I may want to discourage the members from talking to it until they have seen it tomorrow. And what I will want to hear from the members now during the discussions, if they are happy with what is coming next week. Tomorrow is Minister Mkhwanazi and Friday, and then we will continue with him next week, and then together with former Minister General Bekitele. And then she also presented the response from the Office of the Speaker. The Office of the Speaker has given us until 28 November because it is anticipated that Parliament will rise on the 5th of December. And then she also gave a report on the advert that is running for public participation, which is closing on the 17th of October, which is this week, Friday. Once we have received submissions from members of the public, a full report will come here for the committee to make decisions. Can I check members who want to comment on the 3 items presented by Dr. Tuli? ANC?
Sorry, Chair, clarity, please.
Hello?
Clarity, please. Does that include the discussion on the legal advice?
No. The legal advice is not being discussed. We were coming to it. We are taking the first round. Remember, like Honorable Malema always say, we do this in rounds. This is the first round. I want to get your impressions on the schedule starting tomorrow until next week, Friday, and the report on public participation and the extension that the Speaker has given until 28 November. Any comment on that one?
Through you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Sangwen.
Thank you, Chair. I think the reports on the three issues that you raise have been noted. We note that the Speaker has indicated that the matter will serve before the National Assembly by the 31st of October. On next week's program, we concur, Chairperson, there's no problem. I think we understood you to be saying on the 22nd, should we need an overflow day for the Minister, then that date is available. And I think we would support that, given the fact that if the Minister has already indicated that he's going to need a day and a half just to present evidence, then one day may also not be sufficient for engagement with him on that. I think it follows logically. On the issue of the advert and the public participation, maybe just to underscore the request that had been made to say that nothing should be thrown out without it coming to the ad hoc committee. You remember that there had been members of the public who had made submissions, and it was a decision, I think, of administration to say that these matters do not fall within the scope. So we would request that as much as we would get those submissions in terms of a report, if needs be, we must have a look at, or at least sight of the addendum with recommendations where the administration is saying that they don't fall within scope, but at least the committee must be afforded an opportunity to look at it and make its inputs as well. But other than that, we don't have a problem, Chairperson. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Sangweni. Is there any further comment from the ANC? Okay, the MKP.
We have noted the presentations, Chairperson, and we are fine. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Honorable Nomvalo, the DA.
We're fine. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you so much, the EFF.
No, we're fine, Chair. I just want to understand. There's something, unless it's not included in what you're asking us to discuss. But I heard her saying she's going to write to the president requesting certain information or something. It's not done.
We're still coming to that. We're still coming to that.
All right.
It's not in this round, Honorable Malem.
Okay. No, thanks, Chair. We're fine.
Thank you. IFP.
Yes, good evening, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable colleagues. No, we are fine, Chairperson.
Okay. The PA.
All good, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Vessels.
Good evening, Chairperson. Thank you. We welcome the presentation and we're fine with it. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable James.
Good evening, Chairperson. Just a clarity question from my side. The lineup of the witnesses, will it be in that order or is it just random? Will they appear in the order where the names were read? That's the one question I have.
Which lineup?
The second lineup that she read with, I think it was General Khumalo and Brown Mkhwanazi.
We are still going to that item.
Okay, and then based on the extension, Chairperson, I just wanted to also find out what are the cost implications that we are looking at? Because every time we obviously extend, what is this costing Parliament? I know Parliament always says they don't have money. I was just wondering the other day, what is this hearing sittings costing us? Thank you, Chair.
Yeah. I think that may be a matter for the financial section of Parliament. Remember, Parliament has given us 3 months, and we only started in October. So I should think that that is a matter which the financial section of Parliament can look at. This extension is not given by ourselves; it's given by the Office of the Speaker. But if members wish that we must bring this to the attention of the Speaker, we can always do that and say, members of the committee have requested you to consider the cost implications that may be, the cost implications that result from the decision to extend.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay. So the next item will be the legal opinion. And the proposal that I want to make before the committee is that, because this is a matter of law, let's allow the members who are here to go with these legal opinions and study them further. But in the meantime, we abide by what is being proposed until we come to a committee meeting and make a decision whether we agree or disagree with this legal opinion. Because you can imagine matters of law, when members receive this, I know they might have been circulated, but they are formally presented now in this meeting. So I was going to suggest that we allow members to go and carefully study this. I know that I'm cognizant of the fact that you are all coming from political parties. We, like the DA, has been able to source an opinion. Maybe other members from their respective parties may also want to consult, and then at the right time we can come back and reflect further on the opinions. But then for now, when we are still consulting, I suggest that we live with what is being suggested. Can I hear the comments of the members? ANC?
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I think we would align ourselves with your recommendation. Obviously, our starting point is the fact that it would be quite strange for us to just accept opinions that come, or at least flow from instructions of parties to council, and we would therefore want to be able to study that. We've noted also the opinion that comes from Parliament itself, and we would wish to have an opportunity to study those together. So we do align ourselves with your recommendation, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. MKP?
Yeah, no, Chair, we are tempted to agree with the procedure or the process that must unfold after this meeting. But the question that we have is, if we say you are taking it for further consultations, respectively, to our parties and so on, then if we come back here and discuss it again, for what purpose will we be discussing it? Because we already discussed this, and we stated our opinions. So, and those opinions were informed by the positions of our parties, respectively. So I don't know. I thought maybe we requested for a legal opinion because we could not agree on our own, and therefore we needed an expert opinion that would make us to understand the legal position in this regard. So I'm trying to understand, Chairperson, out of confusion, that if you take it back, it's fine to say go and study it further, but if you take it back to this committee for discussions again, and then in the event where we disagree, like it happened before, what is going to happen? Are you giving a leeway to members to have a right to oppose these legal opinions, to say no, we don't agree with them? So I'm just confused, Chair, even though we're tempted to agree with the approach that you are proposing, but what I've just said creates some elements of confusion.
Yeah.
If maybe you can clarify me that.
That's exactly what I said, Honorable Nomvalo, that this legal opinion comes from the institution to which we belong, all of us, which is Parliament. And what I'm saying is that let us live with this legal opinion and allow members to go and study it. So what it means is that in the conduct of proceedings, we will follow the legal opinion that has been given now. But then go and study it. If you want to consult further from the party which you belong, you can go and consult and say, where we work, we have been given this legal opinion, we have accepted it, but we are coming for consultation. And if you are fine, you can say, no, where we stand, we think we are fine. We can come and receive feedback from other parties, but for now, we will live with what we have. We can't reject a legal opinion from Parliament. It's just that it's a legal opinion, and members, if they feel they need to read it for understanding and even enrich themselves, that should be allowed. Like the DA has done, they have sought their own legal opinion and they circulated it with us here. That is why when we made a presentation in this meeting, we have also given them chance to present what they have. Is that understandable?
No, it's fine, Chair. Let's move on.
Okay, Democratic Alliance.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, we agree with the proposal that you have made. It's absolutely fine. I honestly think that in the interests of moving things along and trying to meet our already extended deadline, we should just accept the legal opinions and get on with the work of the committee.
Okay. The EFF.
Chair, I don't think what you're proposing is correct. But firstly, you must all agree that the EFF gave you a superior logic on this matter, and the opinions are back. And because they are not aligned with what you are thinking, it is irrational to now want to suggest a different process because which Parliament came with doesn't agree with what we were initially proposing. We've asked for an opinion because we couldn't agree, and those who disagreed with some of you, the opinion came back agreeing with them, which means the view that was expressed and find its expression in the legal opinion is the one that must reign supreme. If we're going to come here with partisan views that as long as the party says this, and even if there is different facts and logic being presented before us, we still want to say party this, party that. More than being members of the party, and that's what Chief Justice Mkhwanazi said, that you have taken an oath to be a member of Parliament, and that oath is the one that must bind you. So let us be binded by the opinion of Parliament and not our partisan positions. We have expressed our partisan positions. Now we've got opinions which are not far apart. What makes it so difficult to say, okay, we accept, we move forward? And if there are issues in future, we can debate them. But on this one, the matters are clear. And that's what you are saying, Chair. Let's be guided by the opinion as we proceed on these matters. And then after people have internalized and familiarized themselves with these opinions, perhaps if they want to raise an issue in the future, we can entertain that. No one disagrees with that. But as a matter of fact, let's accept the opinion and proceed as such. Thanks, Chair.
Yeah, you agree with what I'm saying, Honorable Maliam?
No, Chair, when I argue, I'm not arguing with you. I'm arguing with the fellow members who want to suggest, like, because of the party position, they can't move. And what I'm saying is, it doesn't work like that. When the facts are being presented, even if my party position suggests something else, I should now remember my oath of office, that more than a party, I've taken an oath to serve the people of South Africa, and the facts suggest that we proceed in this way. There's nothing I can do if the party disagree. Thanks.
And you also agree that we must allow members to go and study this for understanding.
Well, that's your diplomatic way of getting out of it. But otherwise, as long as you're not rejecting the opinion, I'm happy. Let's go.
No, look, we agree that let's live with what Parliament has given us. We are members of Parliament, like you are saying. We have been sworn in by the law of the Republic. And Parliament, in this case, is going to enjoy precedence before the parties that we come from. But that does not preclude that members must go and study the legal opinion. A law is also made when it is being implemented. But anyway, you are not disagreeing.
I agree, Chair.
Yeah. Honorable Mwango.
Well, we support your proposal, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Sols.
Chair, we disagree. If I can just understand first before I qualify. When you say we must study, which I agree with, we must study the advice, but when do we come back to deliberate? Because we already have a view just by skimming through. I mean, we received it today, the legal opinion today, but we already have a view just by skimming through. And yes, we'd like to study and then give a detailed response. But I'd like to share our view. But if you can just give me an idea of when will we reconvene to then deal in detail with it, because we do reserve the right to share our views on the advice. Doesn't necessarily mean we need to accept the advice. So you need to allow us to do so.
How much time do you need to study the legal opinion? 24
hours.
Okay.
But we have a preliminary view now, just on certain maybe 2 or 3 questionable issues that we see there, just so that you have an idea of why we have this position.
Let me hear you. What do you suggest?
No, just on the advice, for example, on when just skimming through the legal advice, our disagreement with the position, for example, in paragraph 21 on Honorable Shikling, although the advice correctly distinguishes between a permissible and mere disposition and a tentative view, it also cites a principle of bias or partiality that occurs when a tribunal approaches a case and it shuts its mind to submissions made or evidence tendered, close quote. The advice then further claims that being the complainant who opened the criminal case against a witness does not exhibit bias. We disagree on the basis that by opening a criminal case, the affected members have taken a definitive adversarial step of alleging the witness committed a crime and therefore initiating a process intended to lead to their prosecution. This is not a tentative view. It's not a general political
Honorable Source, let me stop you here. You see what the reason why I came with a proposal like that one is because I want us to have an approach. And let me suggest this to you, that this meeting notes and accepts that a legal opinion has been served from Parliament. And then the reason why we say members must take this legal opinion and go and study it is so that if you want to make a submission, the submission must then be made to the relevant legal section in Parliament. And then once they have received your submission, they will then go and look at it. And then from there, they will come and say to us, we request the committee to meet because we have received the following feedback. And we want to now explain to you how we are dealing with as the legal section of Parliament. Does that make sense?
No, it doesn't, Chair, because I'm not submitting a legal position. I'm stating what our view is on the advice. That's what I'm doing.
Yes, you have a different view from what is being presented.
Yes, so I'm not. It's not a legal thing that I'm giving. I'm not a lawyer. So as a political party, we are sharing with you.
That's exactly what I wanted to avoid. You know why I want to avoid that? You can imagine if all of us here give opinions like that. At the end of the day, we are going to expect somebody to give a summary of what the decision should be. And it will be...
Chair, I hear what you are saying, but what I'm trying to say is at least we should be able to share our view on the matter, despite what the House is going to decide. But at least you heard why we question the advice. And if the House decides to go with the legal advice, that's fine. But you should grant us an opportunity to say, on this particular matter, we disagree. We disagree that when you open a criminal case, that there's no bias. When you open a criminal case, you are saying that you believe the person is guilty. And so if you're going to sit on a committee, you are going to be perceived to be trying to get even more information to support that view. That's basically what we say. The same with the advice on Honorable Barnard. The advice says that she has a personal interest, which is correct, but then it limits the remedy to stating that she only needs to withdraw only when the ad hoc committee considers or decides an issue. But yet the argument assumes that the issues are neatly compartmentalized, which is not true. General Mkhwanazi is the key witness whose allegations sparked the entire inquiry. He has now publicly attacked a committee member, Honorable Barnard, calling her a criminal under oath in her capacity as an MP who previously disclosed information. So personal interest is not limited to the discussion of one paragraph here of the terms of reference. Her interest now extends to the entire credibility assessment of the primary witness. Mkhwanazi's credibility is central to every issue the committee considers, isn't it? So allowing Honorable Barnard to participate in assessing the overall truthfulness of the person who just accused her of a crime violates the spirit of fairness and rationality. And that's the points that we're trying to make here, to say we have a position. But if you say legally, man, it doesn't matter, fine, but at least we should, in this platform, be able to state for the record what our position is, whether you accept it or not. You know, and the advice that says that, and I raised it with you, Chair, that honorable members are not meant to be impartial or unbiased participants, you know, and their prior knowledge makes them effective committee members. You know, that advice, it conflates general political bias with personal conflict. Political bias, yes, is acceptable. A member voting on a policy because of their party opposes it. But personal conflict is unacceptable. A member sitting in judgment of the truthfulness of a witness who has just publicly accused that member of criminal conduct before a body. The advice uses the principle of political representation to justify a scenario of personal animosity. When Honorable Barnard questions, for example, if she had to question General Mkhwanazi, a reasonable person would have apprehended that her questions are designed to discredit her accuser and to protect her own reputation. The same applies to Honorable Breitenbach, whom the witness alleged that she has a hand in withdrawing a criminal case when she was at the NPA against Mr. Ndluli. Honorable Cameron, same thing. When he chaired the meeting on the 5th of March, Honorable Cameron used the committee as an opportunity to clear himself from the allegation that General Mkhwanazi made. That clearly showed a reasonable apprehension for bias. He displayed it. Plus, he insinuated there was nothing material said in the meeting that gave rise to what we are dealing with now. Yet, when we study the witness statement that the main witness has given to us, the minutes of the meeting on 5 March, what do we see? When you read what the minute says General Mkhwanazi said, it is the exact same things he said at the press briefing on the 6th of July. The exact same things. There's no difference. And then the main witness says that after that March 5 meeting, he felt that he's now exhausted all remedial mechanisms. He went everywhere and no one listened. And as a result, after the parliamentary meeting, he then said if Parliament is not going to do nothing, he's going to go to the television. And that's what he did. So that meeting played a key role in why we are where we are here now. But we're too afraid to say to Honorable Cameron, Honorable Breitenbach, and others, why? I'm not going to participate in the attempt to paint a picture that when we deal with corruption, it's always a blackface. And when you have to interrogate corruption, it's a full white team. Even when they had the opportunity to replace the person, there's no, DA has no non-white, black, colored, Indian, competent people to come and interrogate corruption. I'm not going to be a part of that. And neither am I going to be a part of an unfair process. So if the committee overrules me, that's fine, I'll accept it. But at least, Chairperson, on the platform, we should be allowed to in detail state why we challenge the advice. Therefore, I'm asking, which date will this happen? Whether you accept it or not, Chair. But I'm not a lawyer. I don't have I don't need to give it to the legal team, and the legal team has to. I mean, that's a different process altogether. But just as a political party sharing our views, we should be granted an opportunity to do that. I did that briefly now, but the meeting that we're talking about, where we can in detail deliberate it, would be appreciated. But even if, Chair, you say, and the House decides that's not necessary, that's also fine. But at least we've put for the record that there are conflict. There is definite conflict, and that's our position. We disagree with the position of the House. Thank you, Chair.
Look, the difficulty that I have where I'm sitting here is how to respond to your arguments, because I think what I have proposed is to say, members, Parliament has given us a legal opinion, and the legal opinion is presented here in the meeting. We must note this and accept that there is a legal opinion and live with it. But then if members want to go and study this legal opinion, maybe even enrich it, what they will do is, for instance, what Honorable Sols is saying, because this legal opinion is not coming from Honorable Ntuli or Honorable Breitenbach, Honorable Malema or Honorable Mwango. It's coming from Parliament. So if you have views on these legal opinions after studying it, you must write down those views and send them to the legal team of Parliament, which has made a presentation here. And then the legal team will come and say, we presented a legal opinion in your meeting, and then the following members have given us feedback on the legal opinion that we presented. And then this is how we are clarifying their matters. I think that is the approach that we should take. But if we are going to make a presentation here, and Honorable Sols, you also raise legal matters on top of the legal opinion that has been presented here, there is nobody who is going to be ready now to respond legally. Because if you raise something that is different from the legal opinion, it means the person who developed this opinion must go back and look at the arguments that you raise and come back and clarify them. So, and that is basically why I made the proposal that I made, to avoid a situation where we are going to sit in this meeting the whole night debating legal matters, and each one of us can have a legal view, than to say a legal opinion has been presented. For the conduct of the proceedings, we are going to follow these legal opinions. When members are studying it, if there are views that members have, those that want to make submissions directly to the legal section of Parliament, and they will come if they have considered that, to say, this is what we have received. I can see your hand is up, Chief Whip.
Chair, can I just respond to you because you're addressing me?
No, I'm not addressing. I'm addressing the meeting. I will come back to you. I have noted the Chief Whip.
Okay, sir.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, and good evening to you and all the colleagues, everyone who's on the meeting. Well, for me, I agree with your proposal. I think you are quite right that we should be given an opportunity to go through and internalize the parliamentary legal opinion. Because as much as we may not be in the position where we might decide that we disagree with it, and would be perfectly at liberty to state our views in that regard, even if that doesn't change the position. It doesn't mean that because we're members of Parliament, we agree with everything that Parliament says and does. There would be instances where we disagree. We've seen that in the past, and it's not going to be for the first time now. So I agree with your proposal that let's allow a bit of time, we go through this legal opinion. The second issue, I don't agree with us accepting the DA legal opinion in this meeting. I think we should ask Parliament, in the same way that we will be reflecting on our work, to equally reflect on the work that was done by
the legal advisors of the Democratic Alliance, and then give an opinion on behalf of the institution. If we don't do that, we're likely to open a Pandora box where each of the parties who are here, whenever there is a particular view to be debated that has got to do with legal basis, we will all bring our own legal documents. And because we have accepted one that came first, we will have to accept the rest. So I think we should welcome the fact that the TA has made an effort to acquire legal opinion to guide them, not to guide the committee. And there's nothing wrong with them having done so. But I think we should allow Parliament to go through that legal opinion. I do want to, I understand very well where Honorable Source is coming from. And to a larger extent, I agree with him. I may not agree with him on the specific issues, but the principle that is addressing about who we are and how we should relate with matters of this nature is correct. And I want to suggest that without prolonging the debate on that issue, you afford us an opportunity at a later stage to discuss the issue. But at the moment, because tomorrow we have a witness, we take a principled decision that we will be guided by the parliamentary legal advice insofar as we do our work tomorrow and Friday. And hopefully before we proceed next week, you give us an opportunity to do two things. One, to get a parliamentary position or legal advice on the DA's legal opinion, on the matter relating to the DA's legal opinion. And secondly, to allow us to state our own views and positions about what we think is right and wrong in the context of what is before us, and then proceed from that understanding. So that's what I want to concretely suggest, Chair. Thanks.
Okay, Honorable Source.
Yeah, Chair, I wanted to say earlier that I take your guidance and to say that, but you should just know that I'm not going to submit a legal opinion. We can source such, but I don't deem it necessary. But I would like to enjoy the right as an MP on this committee to share my views, our views on what has been provided. And if it's just there for the record to be considered, that's fine, as long as we have stated our contrary view to the legal advice, because it's an opinion, and also the decision of the committee to follow through on that advice. We would just like to have on the record, these are the reasons why we question that advice, but we do not accept it. We disagree with it. So I can submit with it by tomorrow the views, and then it can be whatever the process is. And then, which now begs the question, Chair, when I now submit in writing our reservations and our position, when would I then receive a response back? Because this to me seems like if we accept the advice, go study it, it's just buying time so that we don't talk about this issue and the committee continues. It's almost like a different way for it to continue. That's how it can be perceived. So therefore, I'm just looking for specific timeframes. I submit tomorrow. When do I get a formal reply back on what I have submitted? Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Honorable Vessels.
Thank you, Chairperson. I think your proposal is constructive. The fact of the matter is this whole issue will become moot at some extent, or to some extent, pertaining to this specific issue that this legal opinion was on. Obviously, there will be similar situations and might be similar situations of perceived conflict and bias. But I think the most important part is to have a decision and consistency before we proceed with the questions by members to the Honourable Mchunu, because the same issues will arise there. So if this is going to be revisited, it must be revisited before next week Tuesday, or we should now accept that we take this position as we did yesterday, because the legal opinion affirms the way in which we proceeded yesterday, where the Honourable Skosana was allowed to put questions to General Sibiya, and we proceeded in that way, and the legal opinion affirms that it, according to that opinion, is correct. And if we proceed in that way and allow the Honourable Skosana to also put questions to the Honourable Mchunu, then it's fine. But I do think there should be consistency and clarity before we move on to next week Tuesday. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Honourable James.
Thank you so much, Chair. Chair, Action SA's stance was from a moral and principled view. So we note the legal opinion, but we don't agree with it. I pretty much agree with Honourable Sauls and also with the Chief Whip. We've exhausted this topic, the situation, extensively, and I'm looking at this pattern here. In the first committee meeting, we said, let us wait for the DA and we'll get a response from the DA, and let us allow the DA to come back to us with their decision. We did that. The DA has now come back to us with a decision. We're now saying, let us allow for legal opinion. We've received the legal opinion. We are now saying, let us allow for parties to deliberate and maybe give their input on at which point are we actually going to take a decision on this matter. I'm also asking that we be given some time just to go through the docket, the document, the opinion, and then get back to you with our input. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Andile, I'm going to give you to outline the procedure. You have presented a legal opinion here. Members who want to give you feedback, how do they do that?
Yeah, sorry, Chair. Chairperson, the opinion I've presented to this committee meeting, Chairperson, is the position of legal services. And Chairperson, of course, it's an opinion. I think members are entitled to differ with it, to engage with it. But Chairperson, those are called dry legal principles. It's not unless it's not something that is coming from my head, Chairperson. It's decisions of our court, Constitutional Court, Supreme Court of Appeal. And I think at this stage, Chairperson, I'm going to plead with members, perhaps to go back, and as you said, Chairperson, read them. But Chairperson, regarding the way forward, I think the Chief Whip was correct in saying, Chairperson, members have a right, to differ with an opinion, because it's an opinion, Chairperson. But Chairperson, there's really nothing more we can do, because as I said, it's not something that we're just extrapolating from thin air, Chairperson. It's legal principles. We've looked at law reports, we've looked at case law, and that's our view, Chairperson. And of course, the meeting is within, its powers, Chairperson, to accept or reject our opinion. Thanks, Chairperson.
No. Yeah, I think what we should do here is that, like you say, that this is your position. It means you will not change as Parliament. Is that what you are saying?
Yes, Chairperson.
Yeah. So what we should do, honourable members, is that let's note and accept that there is a legal opinion, and if there are members here, like we said, who will want to go and study this legal opinion, and make submissions. They will make those submissions to the legal team of Parliament and the here to say, where I'm standing, I have read the following paragraphs, and maybe I've consulted. This is how I think I want to raise my concerns or the views that I have with regard to the specific paragraphs. And then the legal team of Parliament will come back to the committee and say, we have received submissions from the following members, and we have also consulted further. There is nothing that makes us to change the position that we have presented you, or on further consultation, we are persuaded to make amendments to the following. But for now, honorable members, in case there is anything that comes, we are going to deal with it in accordance with the opinion we have. Is that okay, honorable members?
Chair, may I?
Honorable Souls.
Chair, I just want to just emphasize to the legal team of Parliament that the spirit with which we're doing this, it's not at all to point out anything towards their competency or not. We definitely believe that they are competent. We do take that they've put in the work and they've used their professional expertise to look at case law, etc. We don't have that expertise, and we do value that input. We are merely using this platform and the rights that we've been given to express ourselves and our opinion to do so in this instance. We are merely looking at the interpretation and how it is applied, and we still believe that there's a presence of bias, and we are merely just expressing our opinion in that way. Not at all to say that ours is superior, our opinion is superior to theirs, because theirs is on a specialized level, and we are not at all saying we consider that inferior, not at all. So I just wanted to stress so that our responses are received in the correct spirit, Chair.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. So in the submission that you will be making to them, you must then advance cause that shows that there is presence of bias, like you say, so that when they go to consider your submission, they must understand exactly what are the arguments that you are advancing, and the presence of bias, how is it demonstrable? And then when they have received that submission from you, because what we should avoid, if we sit in this meeting now and try to say there is presence of bias or there is no bias, I can tell you we will never agree. Like one member has said here that we are not legal persons or we are not legal experts. We will never we can discuss this thing until the sun rises. And remember, this document which was presented here, it was also professionally prepared. Consultations were made until a compilation like this one is brought before us. So if there is any matter that has to be responded to, there is nobody who can respond to legal issues off the cuff. And they have to be systematically presented, and then the legal team considers them and comes back to the committee with a feedback. And so that is the opportunity which all of you members are being afforded.
Chair.
Hello, Honorable Malim.
Thanks, Chair. I think it's a given fact that when you call for a legal opinion and that legal opinion is provided, and you decide to go against that legal opinion, you are going to have to give legally sounding reasons as to why you went against a legal opinion that was sourced by you. Most of our institutions got themselves into trouble because they overlooked legal opinions. So if people where they come from, their parties don't work according to legal opinions, but work according to number, it's not our problem. Secondly, to come here and cast aspersion on members of parliament that they are only being allowed to participate because they are white. No one has ever advanced that. And the chair has got a responsibility to defend our members, whether white, female, or male, or black, or anything of that sort. What does the color of the skin have to do with what we're dealing with here? That when people are being witnesses, they are black, but the ones that are questioning them are white. I'm not white, but I'm on the other side of questioning witnesses. If they are white people that you think must be witnesses, you're supposed to submit those white people and argue, and the committee will agree or disagree. But to come here and start creating doubt on us and this committee that we're scared, for some reason we're scared of white people because it is white people that are implicated. We have nothing to do with color here. We deal with what the law says and not emotions. It doesn't matter how much you feel about certain people. Just remain principled. Remain principled and be guided by rules of parliament and be guided by law, not rules of number, 26 or something like that. Please.
But Chair, what is the rules of number?
No, that does not. Is not within what Andile has presented. Andile has presented a legal opinion from Parliament, and the two honourable members who have spoken are right that let's focus on the legal opinion
Chair.
that has been. Hello,
Chair.
Honourable Souls.
Yes. No, we take note of the indirect comments towards us, but we will not entertain it. What I want to stress is that we have the right to provide our opinion on the opinion. And when we do so, the legal team will then decide whether they want to use our opinion. And if they do think that there's some credence to what we present, and we have convinced them to look at it differently, then they will take such and formulate a different legal opinion with legal backup. And it must be very clear that we are a reputable political party. We have a legal division. We can source a legal opinion. Using my discretion, I'm merely deciding we don't need to go that route. We will just, my input will suffice. I mean, the honorable member should know that we have legal capacity, because one of his members just had to apologize publicly because he received a letter from our legal team. So I'm just saying we just exercising our right here, Chair. And thank you for protecting that right of expression from our side. Thank you.
Chair, if we are going to allow him to just speak like that and speak like there's no limitation here, we can do the same. He can't claim his party has got some member of another party withdrawing because they've got a sound legal opinion. It remains your party's legal opinion. It is worth the papers written in that office, and they'll never leave that office for anything in society. Our legal opinion is what has been presented by Parliament. And that is what the parliamentary representative told you here, that it doesn't matter, we won't change. Even if you come with that legal opinion of yours, it will not change anything. The parliament has given an opinion, and you say you're going to seek an opinion. You are rejecting parliament opinion. At the same time, I'm going to read this opinion. You are rejecting what you have not read. That's what you are doing, Mus. This mogul, that's how you survive. Smuggling people. You don't read. You say you're going to read and then reject after reading.
Let's do
laziness.
Like this,
you can't be part of laziness. Read, man.
Let's do like this, Honorable Malem. The last time you said that the device you were using was not allowing you to raise a hand. And I just want to request that we raise hands and we get recognized by the chair. Look, honorable members, I know that we belong to various political parties. And there is a lot that we can say about our parties here. But I think we have come to the end of this item. What we need to do is that if there are members who wish to make submissions to Andile on the opinion that has been presented here, let's allow them to do so. And the legal team of Parliament will consider those submissions that it would have received. And they will come and give us a feedback how they have interacted with those submissions and how do they clarify them. I think that should be sufficient. I see the hands of Honorable Skosana and Honorable Nomval.
Chair, my hand is also up.
I guess, Chair, good afternoon, Chair.
Yes, switch off your video.
I guess I guess
switch off your video because it affects your sound.
Yes, I guess, Chair, from Mkhwanazi party. I think the honourable member. The issue which the honourable member has raised, if perhaps his party feels strongly about this matter, about this legal opinion as well, but we accept that there's a legal opinion from Parliament, and anyone who's not happy with that, you know the rules. You go to court if you want to. I thank you, Chair.
Honourable Nomvalo.
Yeah, no, thank you, Chair. You would forgive me if I missed something. I forwarded an apology to Ramani. I had a radio interview, but I just came in when you were making a summary on this issue, Chair. I think your summary is opening a can of worms, Chairperson. I think in relation to matters of this committee, we must use one legal opinion or one legal team. And that legal team must be the legal team of Parliament. And once the opinion has been made, we must simply comply. Because, Chairperson, Honorable Ngola can tell you, and other members here who have who are lawyers or who have a legal experience, that you can call 10 lawyers to come and talk about this matter, or you can seek legal advices from 10 lawyers. They are not going to give you the same perspective. They will come with different perspectives because they apply their minds differently. There are many ways. There are many interpretations. It doesn't mean that if the law says something, then we can differ. We can have a similar interpretation towards it. Now, I'm saying, Chairperson, let's have confidence in this legal team of Parliament and say the legal opinion that they have tendered for the committee is supreme. You can take it to your party just to let your party know that this is the current situation on the matter relating to these two members. But to say we will make further submissions, I asked a question earlier that if you say let's make further submissions, for what, Chairperson? Because we will go to our attorney, or to our council as the MK party, and the PA, they will go to theirs. We might come with different legal opinions. That means we're going back, Chair. Let's take a position, because the reason why we had this, we resorted to having a legal opinion is because we could not agree. Even now, I can sense that we are not agreeing. So we can't, Chairperson, have an open-ended democracy. At some point, a decision must be taken. And the method that we have used in this regard, I think, is fair enough to say, before we arrive to a decision, let's first get a legal or an expert opinion. So then it means, Chair, if you are subjecting us to what you have suggested, then it means there was no need for consulting with experts. If after the expert has given a perspective, you say members must make submissions again, for what? I think, Chair, let's just close the matter today by saying we accept the legal opinion as is. And I agree with what Honorable Skosana is saying, to say, if you disagree, then go to court. Because we can't stuck around the same issue. At some point, we need to move on. Thank you very much.
I pardon you, because I heard you saying that there is something that you missed, but we will clarify it. Honorable Sols, and the last will be Honorable Sangon.
Yes, Chair. We will fully use our right to express our view on the legal opinion. I promise that I will submit that tomorrow. But Chair, you are yet to let me know when we would receive a reply. What would the turnaround time be for the reply after I submit tomorrow, so that it's not an open-ended, indefinite period whilst the committee continues. So just to have an idea.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Sangoni, Honorable Malema.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chairperson, with all due respect, I truly believe that the debate that we're having here is an exercise in futility. When you made your recommendation, which was pointing us in a direction, we agreed as the African National Congress that because despite whatever the issues are, we are not going to take a decision to agree or disagree with the matter without having had an opportunity to go through the documents. So what we understood you to be saying is that here are the legal opinions, they have been presented, the parties must go consider them and then make their inputs. So that's the first point why I think that this is a futile exercise, because we can try and convince each other here, but I don't think that anybody wants to take a decision without having an opportunity to thoroughly apply their minds to the situation. The second issue, Chairperson, which still remains unresolved, and again, why we may be undertaking an exercise in futility, is that regardless of our positions on this matter, at the end of the day, the rules of the National Assembly still do not allow any of us to take a decision with regards to recusal or anything of that kind. So while we may hold very strong views one way or the other, up until that particular situation has been at least decided, then we can discuss these opinions until the cows come home. It's not going to take us anywhere. So I want to propose, Chairperson, in addition to once again reaffirming our support for your proposal, that we have a look at the opinion. I think I align myself with the members that say the DA opinion is a nice to have. It's good to see that the DA has sought an opinion, but it's not binding on the committee. The opinion that we need to look at is the Parliamentary Legal Services opinion, and we're going to have to seek I don't want to call for another opinion again, but we have to answer the question, to what end? Because if we all go through the opinions and we still hold strong positions, there's nothing we can do about it. We can't ask members to leave. There's nothing in the rules that allows us to do that. So that, I think, is a question that we still need answers, Chairperson. And as we go off and look at these issues, perhaps the suggestion that had been made that we get an opinion on that is what we should consider. Thank you very much, Chair.
Honorable Malium.
No, I'm covered, Chair. It's fine.
Thank you so much. Let me tell you, honorable members, this is what is happening. If we were to go out of this meeting now and get to our proceedings, the document which we will use in those proceedings as a document of reference will be the legal opinion that we have here. And the legal opinion from Parliament. And when this matter was presented here, we said our legal team will present the legal opinion, but we will also give DA a chance because they have circulated their legal opinion with us. But their legal opinion is not for adoption in this meeting. And then, in case there is any member now in this meeting who has issues with the legal opinion that has been raised here, that member will leave this meeting and go and study that legal opinion. And if there are issues that the members want to raise on the legal opinion, they will forward those issues to the legal team of Parliament to say, we have read your legal opinion. There are the following issues that we want to raise with you. And the legal team of Parliament will come back to this committee and said, the legal opinion that has been presented, there are the following matters which have been raised by honorable members. And this is how we are clarifying those matters to you as the legal team of Parliament. And if the clarity is given, the committee can decide if it agrees with those matters or not. But for now, honorable members, we are going to live with what we have until substantive matters have been raised with the legal team by honorable members. Is that very clear?
Let's proceed, Chair.
I still see two hands, Honorable Sols and Honorable Nomvalo.
No, Chair, sorry, that's a legacy.
Honorable Nomvalo.
It's a legacy hand, Chair.
Okay. I'm not seeing any other hand, so I think we are going to conclude the matter that way. Is there anything further you want to clarify, Andile?
No, Chairperson. I was just looking at.
Okay. And then the matters that the members may raise with you, how soon are you able to come back to report to the committee?
Which matters?
In the event there are matters, there are submissions that you get from members on points where they differ with the legal opinion. How soon are you able to give the committee feedback?
Chair, given that today it's Wednesday, perhaps we can do that on Monday. Look, Chair,
Okay.
we've got chairperson standard operating procedures. It's just that in respect of the opinion we've just given to the committee, we've had to work like a machine, chairperson. Otherwise, our SOP chairperson talks about 7 days. Yeah, but chairperson, this one we're able to put it together quite quickly because we thought these matters, chairperson, are very important, for the committee moving forward. And that's why we thought, let's put other things aside and push it. But chairperson, look, I think Monday next week, chairperson. Yeah.
Okay. So the members have tomorrow and Friday if they want to make any submission on this matter. Thank you so much, honorable members. Let's move to the next item. The next item was the one that was presented by the legal counsel's team, and it's an additional schedule, which we said that maybe tomorrow they must circulate that schedule to members, and then the members can look at it to know who is coming after next week, when we shall have dealt with former Minister Begicele, because we are going to end with him on Friday. So that schedule will be made available, and I think members can be able to comment when they have a physical document with themselves. So I want us to move to the list. General Khumalo, Lieutenant General Khumalo, Lieutenant General Kosi Sintumule, Mr. Cyril Nkabinde, Mr. Brown Mkhwanazi, Mr. General Rabi, and is it General or Brigadier Litoko in the office of the National Commissioner. Before we go to the name of President Ramaphosa, can I check if members agree with the 6 names of the officials that have been suggested here by the team? ANC.
Sorry, Chairperson, just for the purposes of getting this right, is it possible that those names could be put up again?
Yeah.
And then can I also just request to get clarity, Chair, that on this matter of the officials, are we allowed to make additions? I'm assuming, based on your last comment, is that you just want us to look at officials for now. Can we add?
Let's do like this, Bonani. Let's put the names on the screen. Yeah. What we are going to do, let's start with let's take the SAPS official first, number 1 up to number 6. I will come back later to the additions. Can I rotate amongst the parties and check if we agree with these officials from number 1 up to number 6, the ANC?
Chair, we are in agreement with number 1 up to number 6 if you're going to come back for additions.
Yeah, I'm going to come back for additions. And then MKP.
Why in agreement, Chair?
DA. Democratic Alliance. EFF.
Chair, we agree, but number 4 is not an official. You can't say from 1 to 6 are officials, therefore let's agree on officials. Number 4 is Mkhwanazi. Mkhwanazi is not an official, doesn't work at SAPS. At least in Kavinde is the advice of the minister.
Oh, okay. So it will be 5 officials and then the name of Mkhwanazi will come later.
Yeah, but you are saying you're going to give us chance to add more names.
Yes.
Thanks. Thank you.
It's 5. It's 5. The IFP.
Well, we're comfortable with 1 up to 6.
1 up to 5. Let's say 1 up to 5.
Oh,
The general.
5, 1 up, yeah, 1 up to 5.
The generals that are here. Okay, fine. The PA.
All good, Chair. I'm just thinking, I don't know what his rank is, but yesterday an affidavit was given by is it General Kunene? I don't know what his rank is.
The name that you talk about, is it on the 5 that are here?
No, the name is not there, but seeing that
we will come to that later. Do you agree with these 5 names that the legal team is proposing?
And if I have another official, should I not propose? If it's another official.
Yes, we are going to gladly give you a chance later to make additions. Now we want to check on the 5 that the legal team is proposing, if you agree with this 5.
No problem, Chair. Agree.
Okay. Thank you. The Honorable Vessels.
Agree, Chairperson. Thank you.
Honorable James.
Agree. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. So this is what we are going to do. These 5 generals have been agreed to. Now, let me check with the members. Do you still have within the SAPS, generals or officials that you want to add to the list? ANC.
Yes, Chairperson, thank you very much. We would like to add either, we don't know whether it's the same person, so either the SAPS CFO or the divisional commissioner, or we don't know where exactly this responsibility lies, but on the matter of the budget allocations for the political killings task team, as well as the 360 million rand Medicare contract, whomever would have been responsible for the allocations of funds. So whether it is the SAP CFO or Divisional Commissioner Supply Chain or even DNC operations, if that is where it resides, perhaps we can be guided on who that is. We would also like to add, and Chairperson, as we add names, it's not, we are not insisting that they all need to appear before the committee. It could be a request for information, but we would also like to add General Sebola, on the basis that General Sibia said that they communicated the instruction to them. So we would want to understand what exactly happened there. I think the other generals and officials have been covered on our side. Thank you, Chair.
So is it the name of General Sebola that you are suggesting?
We are suggesting two names, Chair. The person who deals with budget allocation and the person who would have been responsible for the awarding of the Medicare contract. Now, we don't have testimony before us on who that person is. So that's the one that we're saying we would like to be guided.
You
then General Sebola.
You need the CFO and the person who could have been head of procurement.
Yes.
At the time of Matala's appointment.
That is correct, Chairperson. And then General Sebola.
The last will be General Sebola.
Yes, thank you, Chair.
Okay. Are you done?
On officials, yes, Chair.
Okay. Can I move to the MKP?
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to propose a name as well, even if it's no longer in the system, of Prince Mkhwanazi.
Yeah, we will come back. We will come back later to that, Honorable Skosan. May we please confine ourselves to the SAPS officials
who are currently serving. Okay, thank you, Chair.
They might have been implicated, or they may be officials of interest who can come and help.
Okay, Chair, I wanted to add the CFO as well, but I see already is here. It's fine. We're okay, Chair. Thank you.
Okay. The DA. Okay, the EFF.
Yeah, we're fine. Chairperson, we're proper. We'll wait for the other opportunity, not on police.
The IFP.
Hello. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I would like to add the name of Lieutenant General Msikili on the basis that on the day the letter of dissolution of the PKTT was actually written, he was actually the acting national.
Yeah, it's a female official. She's the one who was acting at the time.
She was, she was acting at that time. So, yeah. And also, secondly, for the fact that SBIA yesterday insisted that a correspondence from her office actually was an instruction for SBIA to actually continue to implement the directives of the minister.
Okay. So Bonani, may you please write Lieutenant, okay, is the PA. Is that all, Honorable Mwango?
Yes, Honorable Chairperson.
Okay. Honorable Sols?
Brigadier William Sipo Kunene.
Brigadier Kunene. Is that all?
Yes, thank you, Chair.
Honorable Vessels?
Thank you, Chairperson. I agree with the addition of Musikile. I also wanted to suggest that. But I think there's also someone that was mentioned a lot, and there's also a report by that person. I just can't remember the rank now, but it's a Motsepe.
The one who refused people taking pictures.
That's correct, yeah. I would suggest that.
Okay. Is that all?
That's all. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, but Bonani, you must say the one who is alleged to have refused. Honorable James?
I'm covered with Musikile. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Let's do this way, honorable members.
Chair? Sorry, Chair?
Honorable Skosan.
Before you close, can you please as well add Major General Mkhwanazi, because he was mentioned as well. Mkhwanazi, Major General Mkhwanazi. Thank you.
Okay. Look, I will not rotate. I just want to, if there is any member who has a reservation on the names that have been suggested here, to raise a hand. Okay, I'm not seeing any hand. The assumption is that the list is the additions are accepted. So, Bobonani, may you read the names that have been added to the 5 of the SAPS officials.
Chair, we start at number 6. We still have to ascertain the name of the person involved, the CFO or division commission.
Yeah.
With the budget of the PKTT and the awarding of the Medicare contract. Then number 7, we've got General Sibula. We've got Major General Muhal.
It must be 3 people. Number 6 must be the CFO. I also forgot the name, but I think it's the Lieutenant General in the position of the CFO. And then,
can I help you on that?
Hello?
Can I help you on the CEO there?
Yes, CFO.
It's Lieutenant General Dimpane.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, Chair. So then I will get the exact name of the person, the CFO, and then we've got
General Dimpane.
Write it, Bonan. Write it.
Can you spell it for me, Mr. Skosan?
Is the DIMPANE. If I'm wrong on that, because it's paid. Yeah.
Okay, Chair, and then
and then there's the number 7 will be the person who would have been the head of procurement at the time Matala's company was appointed.
It's Major General.
okay, Chair, and then number 8 we've got General Sibula.
And then there you are correct. So can you delete the ANC up there? Because these names have now been have now been accepted by the committee. Yeah. Then number 9 will be Major General Mkhwanazi. And then number 10, Major General Musikiri. And then 11, Brigadier Kunene. Twelve, I think is.
It's Major General, Chairperson. I checked.
Yeah, Major General Motsepe. Yeah. Thank you. Honorable Skosana, your hand is still up.
It was a legacy. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. The next batch will be people outside of the SAPS who are not politicians. And what has been suggested here is the name of Brown Mkhwanazi by the legal team. Are there any other names that members want to suggest? Honorable Malema.
No, thanks, Chair. I suggest we bring Kat Matlala then. Matlala is central to everything, and it's clear that there are people who are scared of him, and he's never been held accountable. So we must bring him here and hold him accountable to show him we are not scared. If he has captured certain politicians or subs people or whoever, we are not part of that arrangement.
There is a suggestion of the name of Matlala. Thank you.
Cat, it's not Kati, so Cat. The other female like my name, Cat, yeah, Cat. Cat. The cat.
Honorable Skosana.
Thank you, Chair. I think the spelling is still not right. It should be C-A-T, Ikonto, Ikonto, Cat, C-A-T. And I'm going to suggest to you, Chair, that we need to have as well Mkhwanazi from Eguruleni.
Julius Mkhwanazi.
I'm not sure about the position, but I know that he was heading, I think, the Metropole Police there. Yeah, his name is Mkhwanazi. And
General Chairperson is also General Mkhwanazi.
Is it?
Yeah.
Yes, but Julius is the name. You are right, Julius Mkhwanazi. General Venus Mkhwanazi was a deputy chief of police at the time.
Yeah.
Chair, I'm sorry to put you back a bit, because sitting in the police portfolio committee and what we were hearing from when we started in the other committee, I think it would be proper, for us to. I know that perhaps the list will look big, hence I only gave you Major General Mkhwanazi. But there were names which were mentioned by the witnesses which we had from General Mkhwanazi and the NASPOM, General Masemula. I'm not sure, Chair, that list of police, as you said, you want us to finish that first. Perhaps I'll take you back for a second, that those members who were mentioned there, in particular in the top echelon of the South African police service, well, in its middle management, was some of them are major generals. One, it's a Khan. If you remember, the word Khan has been mentioned many times. Major General Khan and Major General Moodley. And I think yesterday as well, our witness, General Sibia, mentioned them many times. And indeed, there's as well an issue. As we said, we want to make sure that the police get the integrity back. Major General Khan, yes, and the other one is Major General Moodley. And the last one, which will play a very important role, is the human resource. When we were discussing the issue of ranks and other issues as well, is Lieutenant General Dineo Kuwe. Lieutenant General Kuwe. NK HUOA. Those three, I think they came as well when we were deliberating matters, and I think it's very important as well for them to be called. I think
did they mention Kuwe or Phil?
I'm sorry.
The third name, was it Kuwe or was it Phil?
No, it's Kuwe. It's Kuwe.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
And the last one, Chair, is Lieutenant General who's sitting at home for a very long time. Lieutenant General Manamela. Lieutenant General Manamela.
Sitting at home since when? Since when?
Thank you, Chair.
How long has he been sitting at home? Okay. Bonani?
Yes, Chair.
Bonani?
Chair.
So it will be 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. If you can just, adjust.
Chair, I don't know whether the network, he's been sitting at home for some time, Chair. I think it's just over a year. We still have an acting Commissioner Mkhwanazi in Mpumalanga, which on the news, from the media as well. It's a very peculiar issue about Lieutenant General Manamela, and I think it's very important for us to make sure that he's involved, because there were allegations as well against her, and I guess he will help in terms of what is happening in the top echelon of the South African Police Service.
Okay. And it's fine. It's okay. We were at
Mkhwanazi.
Can you please take Can you please Bonani take Julius Mkhwanazi and put him at number 17? I know it's not in the SAPS, but it's a general. Put him there on the list of generals. You can just write in brackets Ekurhuleni Metro.
Honorable Chair.
Yeah, Honorable Mwango.
Chair, I don't see the name of the head of the NPA. And is it NPA or NPP? The Batohi?
No, yeah, I remember with Advocate Batohi.
No, that it's there.
We got a report. Yeah.
Can I finish with
remember we confirmed that.
I suggest the Morgan.
Maybe what we should do, let's rotate it. I think if we rotate it, it gives us a better shape. Can you go down, Bonani, to where you have Ket Matlala after, where you have Mr. Ket Matlala after Mr. Brown Mkhwanazi? Yes. After number 19, can I check African National Congress? Do you have suggestions?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I'm going to maybe just defer to other members of the ANC if they want to make additions. But we did say that we need to, at some point, also get a constitutional / police expert. I think we're not getting anywhere with the interpretation of the law as it relates to the authority of the minister. And we would like a constitutional public admin police expert to be brought in on that. I'm not sure then on anybody else outside SAPS and not politicians. Maybe if you could just offer it, Chairperson, to any other member of the ANC. Thank you.
Okay. Honorable Ngola?
No, it's ever covered. Thank you.
Okay. Chief Whip?
Covered.
Okay. MKP?
Sokanyile.
Honorable Sokanyile.
Thank you, Chairperson. I think, Chairperson, no, I'm covered, but I was thinking because there are names that were being uttered by the witnesses, where some of the things they occurred during a particular era when maybe the president was President Zuma, because I wanted to bring the name of the former President Zuma, who was the president then, or Mr. now, Jacob Zuma.
The name of former President Zuma is suggested. Do we want to put it here, or do we want to put it under the category of politicians?
If it will be put under the politicians, I'm okay.
Okay.
Or it will be put, I don't know, because I saw that we're having now Mr. no longer generals. We're having the misters. So that's why I was saying that I'm putting the name of the former President, Mr. Zuma.
Okay. Yeah, the name is Ben. Are you done, honorable members from the ANC?
Yes, thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you. May we go to the MKP?
Yeah, let me start by the name Maumela, Hangwani Maumela. And then on the politician side, because we will give you the former president Thabo Mbeki.
We are still coming to that. We are still coming to that category.
Chair.
I'm still with the MKP. Yeah?
Chair, this is the MKP.
Yes, you can go ahead.
But let me before comrade, before honorable member comes in, I've mentioned the issue of President Thabo Mbeki, and then you said that we are still busy with the other one. Then my colleague will take over.
We will come to that later. We are going through this list category by category, and there is no category which will escape, honorable members. Just be patient.
Thank you.
Yes. On this list where we are now at number 21, is it Honorable Nomvalo? Do you want to make a suggestion?
No, Chair, I wanted to make a suggestion on the list of politicians.
Okay, we're coming there. Okay. So can I pass the MKP and go to the DA?
Yes, so are we covered?
Okay, the EFF. We are
Thank you, Chair. Can you put Mr. Paul O'Sullivan?
Paul O'Sullivan.
And Mdluli. I don't know, Mdluli was there at the crime intelligence.
Richard Mdluli.
Richard Mdluli, Richard. Thank you.
Thank you. The the IFP.
Now we are done, Chair.
The PA.
All good, Chair.
Are you fine?
Yeah, we're fine.
Honorable Vessels.
Thank you, Chair. I would suggest retired Lieutenant General Godfrey Libia.
Okay, Godfrey Libia. Lieutenant General Godfrey Libia. Of course, he's retired. Okay. Is that all, Honorable Vessels?
Yes, Chairperson, that's all. Thank you.
Honorable James?
I'm covered, Chair, but I'm also just thinking this list just seems to be growing and growing. And the more witnesses we're going to call, I can imagine the more names will be dropped and the longer the list is going to grow. It has to be that we have a coherent investigation. And I'm not sure if we're ever going to reach a point where we have enough information to actually compile this report and take a decision. We need all of these witnesses. Yes, I'm all for it. We need to root out the rot and we need to probe as far as we can. But I'm also thinking the more witnesses, every time someone's going to take the stand, if I can call it as such, they're obviously going to drop more names. And are we just going to continue with all the names, or are we going to have a strategy in which we're going to do this? I don't know. Even I don't have the answer. I'm just putting it out there. Thank you, Chief.
Okay. No. Honorable James, remember, in terms of our terms of reference, the committee has agreed that it will be the one that decides on the list of witnesses, and this is what the committee is doing now. Is that okay?
Yes, no, that's fine, Chair. I just put it out there just to give us something to think about. We've all agreed with this position, with the terms of reference, but all I'm sitting and thinking is every time someone's going to take the stand, every time we're going to have a witness is going to mention X amount of names, which is going to lead further. At which point are we going to say we have probed enough, we have enough information?
We still have submissions from the public which we still have to consider.
So I'm just worried about the duration.
Look, what I wanted to check with you respectfully, are you having any name that you want to add to number 25, or are you fine?
No, I'm fine now. Thank you, Chief. I'm fine with the list. Thanks. Bye.
Okay. Let me do like this. Honorable members, we now have up to number 25. So can I check from number 18 to number 24? With starting with the name of Mr. Mkhwanazi, ending with retired Lieutenant General Godfrey Lebeya. Is there any member here who is opposed to any of those names? Any of those 8 names that are there? Is there anyone who opposes?
Chair.
It's fine. Let me move party by party to get to ANC.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. I think in the majority one agreement, I think one person that we're forgetting is a person by Mary Diaz or something, the one of KZN. Also, Chair, let's go to 21. I'm not quite sure. Maybe members can take us through of the involvement of that thing in this issue we're dealing with. The last I checked, his issues were relating to SIU and the Tembisa Hospital, unless there is a briefing or there is information that I would not be averse about. I'm not quite sure. Maybe members can be able to align him with the terms of reference and what we're trying to actually objectively achieve. I'm not sure about that number 21 person. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, so you agree to the addition of Professor Mary Diaz and question the inclusion of Mr. Hangwani Maumela too?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, just a relevance to what we're trying to do.
Okay, I think what we will do, we will put a question mark there, and then we will come to that name separately. MKP from number 18 to number 25.
With the question before my colleagues come in, I want to find out, because we had a list which we submitted before this one. Is that list being discarded? or these names which we are suggesting now are going to be added into those names which we suggested, I think a month ago now.
Yeah, no, but remember the list that we agreed on previously. We said let's go and run the proceedings and hear the key witnesses. And if you check on that list, you compare it with this one, you will see that this one is a much improved list. Of course, we agreed that that list is a long list, but most of the names in this replicate themselves, except because if you check on the generals, it was only General Khumalo on the previous long list. It was only General Khumalo whose name was there. So, but since we listened to those three witnesses, a list of generals, a long list of generals, is now being developed.
I'm not answered, Chair. I want to find out about the list which we proposed. Is that list being discarded? Is this the new list, or what's the status of that list?
No, that list is not being discarded. That list is a long list, and this list that we are doing here now is a list that must be submitted to the legal team so that they can. So what we are doing here, we are doing a list in the order of preference, which must then be submitted to the legal team to start consultations.
So in other words, you say that list still holds as well.
Yeah, if you want to make reference to it, you can always make reference to it. But this one that is being generated here, once we are done here, it's a list that members are saying submit it to the legal team for them to start consultations. And that is why we do it in the categories that we do.
So in short, we are saying we must bring those names again, which we submitted, as I said, a month ago.
Let me say, let me do this. Can we go back, Bonani, to starting with General Kumar? Just go up, Bonani. Yeah. You see, yes. You see those names where it is written not yet consulted. From number 1 up to number 17, you start with General Khumalo, and the last name will be the name that is at number 17. What is the last name at number 17, Bonani? Just go down. Yes, General Julius Mkhwanazi. So those names are the names of the officials that are in the SAPS and would have been mentioned during the proceedings, except for General Julius Mkhwanazi, who is at Ekurhuleni. So those 17 names have been adopted by this committee today. And when we finish this meeting, this list is going to pass to the legal team to start consultations. And now the second batch of names, go down, Bonani. Yeah. You see, from number 18 to number 25, this is where we are now. If we agree on these names, it means after we shall have completed those names, starting with General Khumalo to General Mkhwanazi, Julius, we are going to take from number 18 going to number 25. If this list, this second batch is agreed to, so it will be the third batch. If it is agreed to, that is where we are now. And that is why I wanted to check with yourselves the names that are here from number 18 to number 25. Do you agree with these names?
Yeah, Chair, my question still stands.
We will come to that question later.
Okay.
Yeah. Here, from number 18 to number 25, yourselves as the MKP, do you agree with these names?
Yes, we do, Chair.
There is a question mark on the name of Mr. Hangwani Maumela to say, how does his name come to these proceedings? Because nobody has ever mentioned him.
Yeah, remember, Chair, there's a lot of names which as well were not mentioned, but we mentioned them because they are part and parcel of the South African Police Service and the issue which is happening. If the media is anything to go by, but as you said, we will discuss the issue of Maumela, whether he'll be part and parcel of this. But for now, for the sake of progress, we'll come back to him. If he has to be out, he'll be out. No problem.
Yeah, put a question mark. Yeah, let's leave it with a question mark. DA, those names, including the question mark on Maumela, do you support?
No, there's still no Nomvalo, Chair, please.
Honorable Nomvalo.
Chair, I don't know, those who are former, where to which category do they fall?
Those
who are no longer with SABS, like former minister, want to add Malula.
Okay. Yeah, that will fall under the category of politicians.
But he will be coming not as a politician, but as a former minister.
It's fine. MKP, do you support up to number 25?
Yeah, up to number 25, Chair. We will still make additions to politicians.
Okay. The DA.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, I battled previously to get hold of one of my colleagues. I just wanted to find out, is it a possibility to add a name to the first list, the first 17?
Yeah.
General Johan Boysen.
General?
Johan Boysen.
Okay.
And then we're in agreement?
You support from 18 to 25?
Correct.
Okay. Can we move to the EFF?
Good evening, Chair. Yes, we support the list, but you know who we've missed is Molefe. KT Molefe, under outside SAPS politicians.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know how we missed him.
The name will be added.
Thank you, Chair.
Chair.
Honorable Malema.
No. I just want to say it must be, I don't know which approach you're going to take, but really, Hangwani Maumela is not part of what we're dealing with.
Yeah, we said we will come to that name.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's why there is a question mark on it. Are you done, Honorable Member?
Yes, Chair. Fine.
Thank you. Honorable Mngongo.
Yes, Honorable Chair. I'm okay with the addition of the name of Advocate Glenis Breitenbach.
Advocate Breitenbach.
Yeah.
Who is the current member of the National Assembly. Okay, you let the name go down to the category of politicians.
That's it.
Can we move to the PA?
Honorable Ian Cameron and Honorable Barn.
Okay, the names will go to the category of politicians. Why are you writing Mr. Bonani? Because these are members of parliament. Bonani. It must be, they are honorable members, Honorable Breitenbach, Honorable Cameron, Honorable Collab.
Noted.
But we are not yet there. We are still there at number 27 PA. I want to check, do you support the list from number 8 to 27? Patriotic Alliance.
Yeah, I support you. I just had to get my charger. Battery is running low.
Honorable Vessels.
Thank you, Chair. No problem. I just think, I know the list is already very long, but there has been mention, and maybe we should add the whistleblower Patricia Mashale. I have doubts, but maybe we should not prioritize her, but maybe we should add her.
You say, what is the name that you suggest?
Patricia Mashale.
Okay. Are you done?
Yes, Chairperson.
Okay. Honorable James.
I'm covered, thanks, Chi.
Thank you so much. So, honorable members,
Chair, I've raised my hand, Chair.
Yeah, but when we give you a chance, Honorable Skosana, you must be ready.
My doubt is apology, Chair. My doubt is apology, Chair. Yes. Thank you, Chair. Why I was raising my hand, the most as well, which you said will come back, but I saw you taking names of politicians because I've raised the issue of former President Thabo Mbeki, and it's still not mentioned here. And my last point, that police one, Major General Rode, who was doing the issue, his name came, was doing the Parapara issue, had to be added on the police who are currently in the service. Major General Rode. Thank you, Chair. The issue of Mohammed, I don't think you have to discuss it. I think it can be taken out. Let's not waste time, Chair. Thank you. It was raised by me anyway. Thank you.
Chair?
I'm done from my side.
Okay. Yes.
Chair, I think we are forgetting one person here.
Yeah.
Mr. Fidel Adams.
You mean Honorable Adams?
Yes.
Yeah. You are moving ahead of me, honorable members, because we are...
Chair.
Is it Honorable Ngola or Honorable Malema?
It's Malema.
Okay, let's check if Honorable Ngola is done.
Oh, sorry.
Are you done, Honorable Ngola?
Yes, yes.
Am I going to say preso?
Eh?
I think yes. No, I think I take the submission by Honorable Skosana on the Maumela thingy.
Yeah. Can you remove the name of Mr. Hangwani Maumela?
Yeah. Okay.
Bonani, and then can we take Honorable Malema and hear him?
No, I was saying I thought you were not capturing what Honorable Skosana had said on Maumela, but I'm covered now.
Okay. Can we go to... So we no longer have to discuss the issue of Mr. Maumela because the name has now been withdrawn. Number 20 is Brown Ubonani, not Bound. If you can just edit it there. Yeah, can we then come to the last category here? I'm passing from number 20 to number 27 because my impression is that we have agreed to that list. Okay, I don't see any hand.
Chair, it's Honorable Shong. Just a point of clarity, Chair.
Yeah.
I see you're counting from 18 going down. Is it that from the top, there's those names that we mentioned before, like the people from IDEC? Is it inclusive of that list that we did before?
Yeah, no. IDEC, we have gone past that stage because they are in the consultations. These names which we are doing are names of people who must come for consultations.
Okay, now thank you, Chair.
Okay.
Chair.
Honorable Malema.
I would really want to get a motivation on General Khan because I don't understand what General Khan was not there was nothing solid that suggested he should be brought to our attention. I'm just saying because the concerns about long lists are also real concerns. And if there are people who can do without, I think we should consider that. Because what Mkhwanazi said was, Mkhwanazi said, ask Khan. And I suspect it was Khan who told Mkhwanazi because Khan is a member of that committee. But Mkhwanazi never said I was told by Khan, and General Mkhwanazi never confirmed that Khan told anyone about that. So it was more or less about his own suspicion, because someone who was in that meeting could have as well said, no, ask him to ask Khan, because Khan was also with us in that meeting. And that one says, no, ask Khan. So there is nothing fundamentally that suggests that really we need General Khan. I don't know. I hold no brief from General Khan, but I'm just saying, if MK insists on the name, that's fine.
MKP.
Chair, the issue of Major General Khan, because remember he was dismissed once upon a time. There was a drug bust which was alleged that there was an issue on that. Hence he's here on this list, as I suggested him as well. Because it's not me. His name came in many times in terms of the drug bust which we were told about. Thank you, Chair. Otherwise, we make other motivation. I'm just giving you a summarized version of that.
Okay. Can I rotate the name of Major General Khan between yourselves, and I hear what your comments are? ANC.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chairperson. You know, this issue of Major General Khan and Major General Mudli, I think like the AFF, we hold no brief for Major General Khan, but we don't think that it's necessary that they be brought to Parliament, Chair. I think Major General Khan and Major General Mudli were, however, mentioned insofar as General Sibia was indicating that General Khan and General Mudli were victimized by Lieutenant General Khumalo. We would want to propose that, like many perhaps on the list, not the entire list, but some of them, we can really just get statements. We don't believe that it's necessary that we need to sit through days of testimony from all of them. But a statement with regards to the victimization by Lieutenant General Khumalo would suffice. Thank you, Chair.
So your suggestion is that if the name of General Khan is on the list, it can just be merely for the purpose of soliciting a statement?
Yes, Chairperson. And on the basis of the statement, we could always take a decision whether indeed it is necessary to invite them. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Okay. DA?
Yes, sorry, Chairperson, I'm just having a bit of battling to unmute. I would just like to find out if we could also add Kgalema Motlanthe. Is he on the list?
Former President Motlanthe.
Correct.
He's not on the list. Are you suggesting the name?
Yes.
Okay.
And Vusi Pikoli?
Vusi Pikoli.
And Chairperson, just one more person, Jeff Radebe.
Jeff Radebe. Has he ever been in the police or? Okay.
But Chair, who was making the input now?
Is Honorable Cameron.
That's Honorable Topper.
Or Honorable Topper. Khadebe, how is he related to these proceedings?
Chairperson, I was asked by Glynis to put him on. As you know, Glynis had an operation and she's logged off, but she just sent me a message to ask to please put him on. You could possibly just clarify with her tomorrow, as this isn't a final list and it still will be consulted.
Oh, okay, it's fine. Wanan, can you put the list of the last category of politicians on the screen?
Chairperson.
Hello, Wanane.
Is Maria has a hand up.
Who is Maria?
One of the evidence leaders.
Maria, Advocate Mkhwanazi.
May I speak, Chair?
Yeah.
Chair, we've omitted to add a name into our earlier list that we proposed, and that is the name of the Inspector General of Intelligence. We wanted to add that name after IDEC, and we propose to have that witness in November, the week of the 17th of November.
Yeah, not the IGI. The IGI we have agreed long ago. Is it not Johnson, the IGI? Or
no,
the
IDEC is Johnson.
Yeah, the IGI. Yes, no, that name has been agreed a long time ago.
Yes, so it just needs to be added to the list.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Chair, sorry if I may, I struggled a bit on the issue of General Okan. Because if you may remember, he was mentioned a lot, especially when it comes to the fact that there was an attempt to remove him because of the drug bust that he was part of. And he took that matter to court and won. So he's very instrumental in many issues of these drug busts. And since we are probing issues of drugs, I think he's a person of interest here. Thank you.
Chair, I also wanted to... Sorry, Chair. I also wanted to ask if the evidence leaders may be excused, Chair. We are still busy preparing for tomorrow.
Okay, that's great. That's granted.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Can we move to the last category? Bonani?
Sorry to barge in, Chair. Have we added Khan back to this list? Because I too believe that he must be on this list.
The name of Khan remains on the list. I think as we proceed, we will decide if we want to come and revisit the list. We will do so.
Okay, because that is a key guy in relation to drug busts and also potential factional issues within crime intelligence. He must come and appear before the committee. Thank you.
Okay. On this last category, can I start with the ANC? Do you want to make additions to this from number 29 to number 39?
Thank you, Chairperson. And I don't want to take you back. Perhaps it's just my recollection that's weak on the Inspector General of Intelligence. I'm not sure if perhaps we need to delineate why we are calling the Inspector General on Intelligence, because I seem to remember us having a whole long debate about intelligence matters, where they reside, whether it should be JSC at the Standing Committee on Intelligence and so forth. So it may be important. I'm not saying that we must take them out, but it may be important to get clarity on what we expect them to be able to speak to us about, given the differing mandates of the ad hoc committee and that which the JSCI had been mandated by the National Assembly to look at. So I would just like clarity there. On the issue of former politicians, Chairperson, I think this matter is just becoming ridiculous. We are straying away from our terms of reference as we had agreed. We are having this meeting today because there had been an agreement that once we have heard the testimonies coming before us, we would be able to identify witnesses that we believe should be making an input to the committee. Now, it cannot be that we are playing politics on such an important issue, throwing the names of people who had not been mentioned just because they happen to be ANC leaders is frankly ridiculous, as I was saying. Former President Mbeki has not come up here. Former President Mkhwanazi has not come up here. Neither has Minister Radebe or Mr. Mbalula. None of them have been mentioned by any of the witnesses. And I don't know how far we want to take this thing. So is anybody who's ever been a former minister, we're going to call them? Should we call Nathi Nhleko, for example? This, in our view, is just political posturing and it adds no value to the process. Honorable Sokanyile had mentioned former President Jacob Zuma because he had been mentioned repeatedly in the committee. And we may need to get an explanation on any of the other names. And it just can't be conjuncture that people wake up and think that they must throw these names in order to haul ANC leaders to parliament. Thank you, Chair.
So what are you saying, Honorable
We object
Sango?
to those names, Chairperson.
You object to the names of
former President Mbeki, former President Mkhwanazi, Mr. Jeff Radebe. We are open to Mr. Vusi Pikoli because General Mkhwanazi had mentioned him, although we don't think it was substantive. He was just ranting and raving about how he didn't like to be shouted at by Advocate Pikoli. Mr. Fikile Mbalula, we object to.
Chair, if I may?
No, I'm rotating.
I actually agree. I never thought I'd say this. I actually agree with Honorable Diko that it's ridiculous that we now.
Point of order, Chair. You said you are rotating.
Point of order. Point of order, Chair.
Thank you, Chair.
Like we're
burning now.
No, you're out of order. Don't do that.
You know, let me remind you, honorable members, every time, including in our proceedings, every time we move towards the end of the proceedings, members become so agitated and we take a lot of time unnecessarily. I just want to please. I know sometimes it's not easy to move towards the end of the meeting. Everything, when it ends, you remain with memories and you wish it could not be ending. Can I move to the MKP? Or do I still have a hand in the ANC that wishes to speak? Oh, okay. MKP?
Hello?
Yes.
Chair, I must say that Honorable Sangoni as well is playing politics now, saying that the ANC in former, it doesn't matter whether it's ANC or National Party. We are now on this issue of the problem which we have to resolve in this country. When Thabo Mbeki's name was mentioned, it's because he appointed the late Jackie Slibe, and we know the issue of Paul O'Sullivan and Jackie Slibe. Now, the issue that because the issue of President Zuma was mentioned about him appointing General Mkhwanazi, that was the only issue. There were no issues at all. Now, when there's a former minister, Mbalula is as much as Pegitele, then it means we must take Pegitele out as well. And I'm saying, if we have to debate this, we have to debate this, but it cannot be said that because they are ANC. It's not about ANC here. They were leading the country. They were leaders of this country. They were leading even those who are not in the ANC. So it can't be reduced to the issue of ANC here. We are not dealing with ANC here. We are dealing with a matter of national interest. It's country first. It's country first. It's not about the ANC here. We should not be persuaded to bring in politics. We can bring politics if you want us to do so. But now we are on the matter of national interest. It's about our integrity as a country, which we all understand that it leaves much to be desired. If it's anything to go by, what has emerged on the weaknesses we have? We have to make sure that we don't fail this time. But now if she reduced this to a political factions or whatever, some of us were not too prepared to do that. You know, I'm not convinced what she just told us here. There's no one who's targeted here. We want the truth. It's the same as the issue of Papalapala. And we don't want to go there when people are saying wrong things, but they close ranks. We're not going to close ranks here. We need the truth. All these things, if we agree, we agree. But let's not bring politics here and say, no, ANC, that, ANC, that. Because as I said that the list, but perhaps we'll come back to it because we submitted the list a long ago, you know, and I'm still yet not convinced with the way you responded that maybe if they are consulted, it's a fact. Then really I'm fine with it because the names which we submitted, Mashaba was there, Arthur Fraser was there. So I'm saying that perhaps at the later stage, but on this one, if we are bringing politicians, we cannot say that other people are untouchable. Philip Babula is a former minister of police. There's issues about that. Mbeki was a former president. There's issues about that. Thank you, Tate. Nomvalo will take over.
Honorable Nomvalo.
Yeah, no, thank you, Chair. Honorable Skosana has covered me to a large extent. The reason why we brought the name of the former President Mbeki here is not because we're trying to compete with the submission of the name of President Zuma. We intended to bring the name even before the name of President Zuma was brought. I want to remind honorable members that when General Mkhwanazi was making a testimony, he said the political interference started from when President Zuma was the deputy president. He even said his security was sabotaged. The cars that were given to him were not in a good condition. And his protection was not given enough support. At that time, the president was Thabo Mbeki. So he is, even if he did not mention the name of Thabo Mbeki, but he is also, in one way or the other, not implicated, but his administration is implicated because he was the president at that time, which General Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi is mentioning. So it is on those bases, Chairperson, and that we appeal to members not to be partisan. We did not raise the MK party when people were raising the name of President Zuma because they have their own valid reasons for that. They believe that he should come and explain was saying President Beg must come here. I think for Mbalula, for the former minister, Mr. Mbalula, Honorable Skosana has made a motivation. Thank you very much.
The DA.
Chairperson, we accept the list as it's presented, yeah?
The EFF.
Thanks, Chair. We agree fully with Honorable Sangoni. You know, we're at a level where pettiness must not even constitute what we're trying to do here. Mbalula, as a former minister, his crime can't be as a former minister. Therefore, he must come because he's a former minister. For what? Who said Mbalula did what? Who said Khalema did what? Who said President Mbeki did what? Who said former Minister Jeff Radebe did what? No one. You can't be at this level wanting to, be petty and reduce the whole thing into some petty squabbling. It's well and good if you remember the input on President Zuma about windows not opening, and that's the only thing you remember, windows. But there was an issue there of crime where an acting police commissioner is given an illegal instruction to commit crime. And he reports that to President Zuma. And President Zuma does nothing about it, instead of saying, what are they trying to do as an executive authority? Why would they give such an illegal instruction for you to do such a thing that is not in order with the laws of this country? Let me attend to this minister. Let me do. No, he says, no, sit here until I get someone to replace you. That is illegal. Now, to take us to be mechanics and want to check if the car was really not opening windows, that's petty, man. There's so many things that have been said there. Some are even extremely petty, but for us as leadership is to separate those petty issues with real issues that will help to restore the image of a criminal justice system in South Africa. It's not helping what we're trying to do. The same thing that you are keeping on wanting to insist on General Khan. You want to call a person because he has been praised for having engaged in a successful operation, which is his duty. You want to call a person because someone suspects that he might be part of a faction and he has not given you anything material to suggest that Khan has done this or that, and this is the story. No. There are so many people who have been mentioned. If that is the criteria we're using, we must go back to the record, and every name that gets to be called, we need to write it down because that's your criteria. That's how you want to go about it. Then it means we must call that lady who was hired. They say is not qualified, and Mkhwanazi says is qualified. He gives example about her because she's mentioned. She must be called. Then we must call that journalist that Mkhwanazi said the journalists are captured, and then he gives example of a captured journalist because he's mentioned. He must be called. He gives an example of a magistrate who has done this or that, and because that magistrate has been mentioned, must be called. It doesn't work like that. You ought to apply your mind as to what is the significance of this reference that has been made to certain people's names. If that is not going to add any value or weight to this process, they are not worth repeating. They are not worth calling here. I'm interested in Honorable Glenis Bredenbach, because she was dealing, and she was very strong at the time, dealing with Mudluli's issue. And then there's a story that Mkhwanazi was called to drop the case against Mudluli, and on the other side, Mutlu's case also get to be dropped, and Honorable Bredenbach was at the center of it. Was she also being subjected to the same thing that Mkhwanazi was subjected to, that withdraw this thing, otherwise there's going to be a problem? So there is substance to that, but I don't understand why is Ian Cameron called, for instance, that he was chairing a committee, and then a presentation was made, and General Mkhwanazi makes that point that the issue was made at the end, and there was no opportunity really for the committee to engage, as it were, in that way. So why are we bringing why are we bringing Ian Cameron if we are not being partisan? All of us know that our members, for instance, all of them were there. If Ian didn't do anything, what did Mateus do? What did so-and-so do as members of that committee, and all of that? So the matters were not properly canvassed at that committee, hence we are here now. And let's deal with these issues without wanting to be a partisan. I mean, why would you, under the sun, want to call former President Motlanthe to do what? It can't be, it cannot be correct that everybody else must just be dragged into this thing, and then we must all live painted with the same brush. These are leaders of society. These are people that, whether they belong to our parties or not, we ought to respect them. Where there's no issue, let's not drag them into issues where they are not involved. If anything, we must not perpetuate the factionalism that is happening at SAPS by wanting to reduce this matter into factional politics and partisan politics. We are here to help the country to rescue that institution. And I don't think Mbeki, Halema, Ratebe, Balula, Cameroon, Khan are going to help us with anything. You're going to live a day or two to come and ask Khan. They say you are a part of a faction. Are you part of a faction? He says, I don't know anything about any faction. And then what are you going to produce to prove that Khan is part of any faction? Except that he's being suspected and all of that. And then we are told when Khumalo comes, he will come with something concrete. Meaning, Mkhwanazi himself agrees that he's got nothing concrete on Khan. He says, no, someone else is going to come. Where we are seated now, we have nothing on Khan, except that he went to do a good job. He got exonerated when he went to the DC, and then he continued with his job. So I'm really appealing, Chair. And for me, I'm not strong about any other thing I'm raising now, because the evidence leaders in their own consultation with the people who are mentioning, they will realize that some of these things, they themselves do not know which questions to pose to these people. And as a result, they are going to come back and say, on this round, we don't think, these are the people that we think we must interview. And then we're going to come back here and say, no, but we raised so-and-so. Why is this so-and-so not there? They will not have found anything, because seated here, we have nothing. So let's not be party line when it comes to these issues. Let's be objective, and let's try and help the institution. There was a strong feeling about Honorable Kolabana, the strong feeling about Honorable Adams. They are worth being called because they were being used as examples of politicians that are entangled in this mess. And we may need to want to hear their side, especially as serving members of parliament, correctly so. So we save the face of the institution of parliament. We may want to hear to what extent are they familiar with these issues, and what protocols did they follow to come to a conclusion on certain issues that could have been handled differently as suggested by General Mkhwanazi. But Chair, otherwise, I'm comfortable with the rest of the list. Thank you.
Honorable Mnwango. Advocate Advocate Edgar, I'm seeing you. I will recognize you. Let me take Honorable Sols.
I'm on the floor, Chair.
I mean, Honorable Mwango, I'm sorry.
Well, thank you, Honorable Chair. In fact, I cannot agree with Honorable Malema more that we should really, at all costs, guard against, being perceived to be petty about this exercise, and that we should really also guard against being perceived to be wanting to settle old political scores using this forum. So those people who really are not going to be adding any value to what you are trying to achieve, honestly, I also personally do not see why we should call them. Unless there is a part of the evidence that they can actually assist in throwing clarity on. Other than that, we can't use use the fact that they were mentioned as a criterion to invite them to come and appear. Otherwise, we are going to actually become petty and be perceived to be actually using this forum to settle old political scores, and which would be very unfortunate out there. So I would actually be comfortable with this list, and that we really also need to go through it with a fine comb to establish exactly what role in the evidence and in the exercise that you are involved in each one of them is going to be adding any value. Thank you, Honorable.
Honorable Sols.
Thank you, Chair. I agree with Honorable Sangon, and I agree with Honorable Malema on the issue of pettiness. I disagree with Honorable Malema on one issue only, and that is the justification for Honorable Ian Cameron's name, because that's the name I've obviously given. I disagree with him when he says that we must call the whole committee of police because other party members are there. My reasoning is based on Rule 158 of our annual rules, subsection 2B. It presents the chairperson of a committee and empowers the chairperson of the committee to act in any matter on behalf of and in the best interest of the committee, in the committee's absence. In that instance, it talks about arranging a committee meeting to hear evidence without the committee even knowing. And then subsection 3 says all he must do is he must report to the committee thereafter of the steps that has been taken. So the way we view the chairperson is that the chairperson acts on behalf of the committee. So in this instance, I'm saying Honorable Ian Cameron comes on behalf of the committee as the chair, as per our rules, and acts on their behalf. Why? What justifies him to come? One, our terms of reference is clear that if the main witness has made allegations, we must investigate all the allegations. The main witness has named Honorable Ian Cameron and said that when he exhausted all remedial mechanisms after the 5th of March, it made him feel that he's now done everything and no one is doing anything, including Parliament. And for that reason, he then went to do the press conference. So the meeting of 5 March has a key role in why we find ourselves here. Lastly, when looking at the minutes of the meeting of 5th March that Honorable Ian Cameron has presided over. General Mkhwanazi outlines everything he mentioned at the press conference. So no one is blaming Honorable Ian Cameron. We're just merely saying, like you call everyone, like you call Honorable Adams, like you call Honorable Breitenbach and others, in the same way, because of the allegations, we are calling Honorable Ian Cameron. And all he will come and do is witness based on the allegation. Did he not do anything? What did he do? Because the main witness puts him at the center of why he had to go do the press conference. And that's the reasoning behind this. It's not mudslinging. It's not targeted. It's merely based on our terms of reference and fairness. I thank you, gentlemen.
Honorable Vessels.
Thank you, Chairperson. I can also not see that going back to the appointment of late Jackie Selebi will add any value to this investigation. So I can also not see the value that former President Thabo Mbeki will add. I didn't hear conclusive motivation for former President Mkhwanazi. I don't understand the motivation for former Minister Jeff Radebe. And I also don't think that former Minister Fikile Mbalula will add much value to our investigation. So I do agree with former speakers. I don't have a view on the Honourable Cameron. I agree with the Honourable Malema, but I also hear what the Honourable Souls are saying. Yes, I won't add anything more. Thank you, Chair.
Honourable James.
Thank you, Chair. I partially agree with most of the speakers who spoke, and I'm sitting and thinking, how do we sort of develop a witness identification tool where we sort of, like I said earlier on when we just started with this witness identification list, where we sort of have a more strategic way of linking witnesses to the testimonies that's been given based on the weight of the implication and our terms of reference. It's almost like when you do your cases and you link your dockets based on what's in the docket and sort of the amount of times a person was mentioned and specifically linking that person to the desired outcome. And I think that is going to help us, because right now, if we haven't identified sort of why are we doing this, what is the outcome, we're going to be all over the place. And we're going to be calling anyone. I think it's been said 100 times. I don't want to repeat what everyone has said. But I think we need assistance as a committee in terms of having a tool that can help us identify witnesses that will come and add value to what we are trying to do here. Thank you, Chair. But otherwise, I guess I'm covered. I just don't agree with all those former presidents that's going to come. We didn't think that one through. Thanks, Chair.
Okay. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4. I see. I have 4 hands here. I have recognized Advocate Atikari from Parliament Legal Services. And there is the name of Honorable Skosana, Honorable Ngola, Honorable Ntuli. I just want to check if these hands that are here are the last hands, or if there is any other member who may want to raise a hand. Your time is now to raise hands. Okay, I'm not seeing any hand. Let me go with that list. So the last hand,
my hand is there. Oh, okay.
The last hand is the hand of Honorable Shongwe. Okay. Advocate Adhikari.
Yes, thank you very much, Honourable Chairperson. Good evening to members. I don't want to intrude in this very important discussion and deliberation. I think it's very important, and I think there's a lot of value in what is being deliberated now, Chairperson. But if you will allow me, I just wanted to mention the aspect and the importance of materiality, because I was also thinking about council and the difficulty council will have in making an assessment as to what they must tease out with this list of witnesses that have now been identified. But more importantly, I think, when one looks at the number and when one looks at the budget, both in terms of finances but more importantly, the time that the committee has at its disposal, it's going to take a very long time. And I think we also need to check with council what their availability is, because I know there has been the extension, but we've only secured council up to the end of November. So I think it's quite an important discussion that is underway now, and committees, and members may well wish to just revisit this and not make a hasty decision based on the practical difficulties and challenges that could arise in respect of budget and program. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you so much, Advocate Honorable Skosana.
Thank you, Chair. Let me raise a concern here. I'm seeing some names are being bolded here, as if a decision is being taken. I want to start about the issue of former Thabo Mbeki. The issue that General Mkhwanazi made it very clear, it's not petty. And this assertion that we are paid about politics is someone who was talking about ANC leaders. It's not us who spoke, it's not me in particular who spoke about the issue of who invoked the ANC.
Okay, can he call me properly, Honorable Sangoni? He can't just say Sangoni here.
No, Honorable Sangoni. My apologies.
No, Honorable Skosana. Listen to the chair.
I've made my apologies, Chair. I'm saying Honorable Sangoni, yes.
Yeah, but listen to the chair, yes. You might have made an apology. The honorable member is right. You must address any honorable member here or any member of this committee as honorable, like the way the chair usually does. You can proceed.
Thank you, Chair. I'm saying Honorable Sangoni is the one who invoked the name of the ANC. That is because these are ANC leaders. It's not ANC leaders. I'm talking about national leaders. They were leaders of this country. The issue of President former Thabo Mbeki came in with General Mkhwanazi when he mentioned that the former president, after the 2007, him is not me. We were all listening. He said that even his cars, there were issues of cars, he was reduced to nothing. The security, his security was compromised. We can't take that lightly. We can't take that lightly because his security was never compromised. And the issue, I'm not sure the issue of Mkhwanazi, I think it was the issue that of Marikani, because the president at that time, the president was not, he was an acting president when when our people there were shot, dead. I guess Nomvalo will come in and motivate that. But the issue of
that is anachronism.
Yes,
it's historical anachronism.
It is fine, Chair. The issue of Philip Balula. Philip Balula promoted General Khan. He was a canon. He was promoted to a major general. He was never a brigadier. And he's the most serving a crime intelligence. He has the legacy of crime intelligence in this country. He's the most important person who can give us answers. It cannot be ignored. I'm not sure why there's so much protection on General Khan. General Khan has to appear like any other generals who are mentioned here. Some of the generals, their issues are minor as well. If some people are saying are minor, then it means we must take them all out. Mbalula must explain to us why he promoted, not the National Commissioner, Mbalula as a minister promoted General Khan from a colonel to major general. It's a fact. He was never a brigadier. And we are saying we want to fix up, but some people are untouchable. It cannot be right, Chair. It cannot be right. Now, because it's not because that we are undermining anyone here, but I'm saying we should not. If Jeff Katebe, whoever said Jeff Katebe must appear, he'll motivate. But I'm motivating on this matter because it was not by the way. If it was by the way, General Mkhwanazi would never have told us about the security issues of the former president. If it was not important. Yesterday, when we spoke with General Sibia, there was an issue which was raised that Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi was a major general. Then the former president made him an acting national commissioner. But because of this issue of rank, he was a major general. He was supposed to be, then he was promoted to be a lieutenant general for others to salute him. Because a major general cannot be saluted by lieutenant general. As I was explaining, Chair, before we closed yesterday, the issue of title and the issue of ranks. Now that was an issue. That was the only issue which the former president was mentioning. Nothing else. When it comes to him, when it comes to make it minor, I don't want to reduce that to this debate to that. But what prompted this is Honorable Sangwe when you are saying we are taking ANC leaders. He was misleading. That statement is misleading. It cannot be sustained here. We are not talking about parties here. We are talking about national leaders of this country who are leading this country. And as I said, if there's any other thing, people have to be protected. People must come up clean. General Khan must appear before us. He's the most important person in our view as well, to come and appear like others. And last call, the National Commission mentioned that while he was still busy with the tender, he was called by IDE. Hence I was saying there's other names which we submitted here and are not here, but you said that maybe there's a consultation already. Because we've submitted a list a month ago. And those people are not here. Some of them are here, but most of them are not here. So from my side, Chair, I'm still insisting on the issue that if that's the case, like the last speaker who said maybe if that's the case, if formats are not important, then it is fine. But it cannot be that some animals are more important than the others. No, it cannot be, Chair. It cannot be, Chair. I think you, Chair.
Honorable Nola.
Thank you very much, Chair. I fully agree with the sentiments that say we are now deliberately degenerating the process. I think we have entered a stage now that we play politics to spite each other and forget about the particular reasons why the ad hoc committee has been formed. And I think if this is how we are going to proceed in terms of collecting witnesses to assist
Because you must remember, Chair, that the actual basic logic why we want with particular witnesses is on the basis of assisting the mandate of the ad hoc committee. And in the manner in which we are proceeding now, it does not look like it looks like we're no longer looking for valuable evidence to be testified before the committee, but we want to prove each other a point that if you call that one, you can call that one. And I really share the sentiments of Honorable Malema. This is not how we should approach the matter with the witnesses, because we're going to contaminate the entirety of the genesis that which brings us into this ad hoc committee. And I think we have in the process forgotten a lot of things, even the issues that were raised by the letter of the 31st of December that brought us here, which spoke about ports of entry, filling vacancies in the crime intelligence, and the dissolution of the PKTT. We're talking about a lot of issues, Chair, that have really nothing to do with the actual basic mandate at which this ad hoc committee was formed. Imagine, Chair, if I would come here and say, I want to add Honorable Sibonelo Nomvalo. And the reasoning behind that is that there were drugs that were busted in Mzimkhulu, and the Honorable Nomvalo is from Mzimkhulu. And in that way, we'll actually be derailing the progress, will actually be degenerating the mandate at which we're formed. Chair, if we're quite honest to each other here, in all this list of politicians that we've put here, the people centrally to add value to the mandate of the ad hoc are only two. Number 37 and number 38. The rest, in my view, Chair, I don't see how they are going to help this ad hoc committee. You'll say President Begi must come and answer for windows of a car and aircon. How is it relevant to the mandate of this particular ad hoc committee? You are saying you are going to bring Zuma. Ask Zuma, did Mkhwanazi come to you and say, Minister Mthethwa said this? Zuma says yes. Then what did you do? I appointed someone else, reappear. But then it ends there. Then what value does it have on the mandate that which were given here? All the other names, Chair, and I agree that putting Chairperson Ian Cameron here is to say what? To confirm whether or not General Masemola and General Mkhwanazi did go to the Portfolio Committee on Police and said this and that. And what value does it add? Was this is already an information that we have. And if we are to say what did he do, then it means, as Or Malema put it, we're going to expand it to everyone who serves in the Portfolio Committee on Police. We are dragging and stretching this matter, Chair, unnecessarily, when we actually do not have time to be working on these people that we have put here. We don't have a leverage of time to be working on 45, 40, 42, 39 witnesses. I think let's just be able to be practical and pragmatic. What do we want to achieve in terms of what mandate we've been given by the National Assembly? We're stretching it too much. And Chair, I want to propose respectfully, I respect all the views of the people who have added witnesses in this politicians category. I respect that. I respect their explanation. But can we, maybe for now, maybe when time allows, we'll be able to add more. Can we prioritize number 37 and number 38 as the witnesses in this category? Please, Chair. Thank you very much.
No, thanks, Chair. Chair, I'm of the view that the colleagues who came before me, starting from Sangoni, Malema, Lima, Mwango, have adequately, right up to now, have adequately argued the point about the exclusion of the names that are currently bolded. And I want to propose a process now in terms of how we should come to to a position where I believe will be of great assistance to us. We have all these names now. I don't think that is possible. It might, but I don't think that is possible for this evening to agree on all of these names and have them already being placed before our senior legal team for them to consult with them. Now, I want to propose, Chair, and I'm making this proposal for two reasons. The first one is that I would have preferred an approach where we say, somebody say, former President Zuma, we discussed that issue, why? We then agree that on the basis of this argument, parties are agreeing that he must be in. Former President Mbeki, just as an example, and then we discuss that name and then we agree. That, in my view, that would have been the best way to shortlist the names up to the numbers that are required. Now, in the light of the fact that we have not done that, and I was saying earlier on, there are two reasons why I'm making this proposal. One is that we have not done, which I'm saying I thought would have been the best, the much more practical exercise for us. The second one is time. Given where we are now, we have a witness tomorrow morning. I want to believe that all of us still have some readings to do in relation to our preparations for tomorrow. So I want to propose that we find another time, having agreed that the bolded names are removed, having agreed with that. Former President Mbeki, Mkhwanazi, Radebe, Mbalula, Cameron, I agree that we get those names removed. And then we come back in our next meeting where we allow an opportunity. This can be done two-way, Chair. You will guide us which one is the best way and if the meeting agrees. One of the ways would be if I propose that Glenis Bredenbach, Honorable Glenis Bredenbach must be there. One of the ways would be for me to write a short motivation that would be discussed in our next meeting. I think she must be there because of 1, 2, 3, 4. So when we come to the next meeting, we look at it, we decide whether it's worth it based on what the proposer has motivated to the meeting. The other one may not be to write it down. We just have another meeting. We go through each of these names, especially the names that we have not had time to deal with in detail. Because I am not very convinced. Well, I'm not very sure about why some of the names are proposed, and I don't think it would be fair for me that because I'm not yet sure, the meeting must stay throughout the early hours of tomorrow morning. That's why I'm proposing that maybe let's consider we have Minister Mkhunu tomorrow and Friday, possibly half a day on Friday. Can't we get time either over the weekend or on Monday, whatever time that can suit all of us? And maybe have another 3 hours in which we say who exactly we want to bring and why we want to bring them. And once we make that decision, it allows our team to do its own work, the legal support team, but it also addresses some of the concerns that I think were raised by the advocate earlier on, which I don't think are concerns that we must dismiss, about the time at which we may be required to spend in dealing with this matter and the cost implications associated with it. I think where we can intervene, like the Honorable Sangoni Malema and others have now intervened on some of these names. I think where we can still intervene, we should also do it in the best interest of Parliament and the committee in its entirety. So that's why, Chair, I'm proposing that maybe let's find another time. And at that time, we look at the additional names that came today. And we then get a brief motivation why must it be there. That motivation allows us to take a decision, agree for a physical appearance or agree for a written statement to be submitted to us. Because some of the names we may agree. Okay, we agree, we need so and so. But does this person have to come and sit with us for 3 hours? We want him or her to answer the following questions. If we're satisfied with the answers, doesn't have to come before the committee. So that's what I wanted to propose, Chair. In addition to, as I said, to what these other honorable members I've made mention to have suggested. Ngiyabonga.
The last hand was the hand of Honorable Shong.
My hand is also up, Chair.
Thank you, Chair, and good evening, Chair. Chair, I think the sad part is that we are now speaking as members of parties, and it is difficult for us to find one another when we well know that somebody started this thing of drawing names, especially the name of President Zuma, which was unnecessary and unfortunate. Might have been mentioned, but the way it has been mentioned for is not what we call him to the committee. Chair, I agree with some of the speakers for many reasons. One, it's late now, Chair. We need to prepare for tomorrow. Number two, I think, Chair, what we can do now is that, sorry for that, we keep the names that we have on that list. We don't debate on them. I agree with you, Chief Whip, that we find another day for that name. And the misfortune, Chair, is that you asked us on the spot, what do we have more names to add? Obviously, Chair, we'll be going all over our heads looking for names and reasons. So we need those people, then why do we need them? That, I think, was a mistake, Chair, and I think we should just fix that and postpone this name list for another day. However, there are names that are urgent to be attended to. We have a list that we submitted last year, and you just said they are on debriefing with the legals. So I think, Chair, just to take this matter forward and we don't waste further time on issues like this. I know Honorable Sol wants to speak after this, and he might be having valid points, but I think I would also propose to him that we speak going forward and say, let's put this thing aside, keep it for another day, so that when we start this thing of mentioning names of previous politicians or presidents, we can give proper reasoning. But I want to state on this one, when Honorable Malema speaks of a window, Chair, if a window is not important, the window of a president's car, go open the window of President Ramaphosa's window and drive around with that car, with that window open, and tell me how much of that is not a state security issue. When Commissioner Mkhwanazi mentions that issue, he mentioned it in a way of it was a deliberate sabotage to the deputy president then. And that was when President Thabo Mbeki was the president. The issue of security at the president level is one thing that is very, very important in South Africa, regardless if that president is from a different political party or whatever. But once that president is a president of the country, that security is very important. Even aircon is very, very important. If Honorable Malema maybe doesn't know that, I would really, really like to put that on record, that anything pertaining deputy presidents and president, it's very important that they are looked after very well and they are protected very well. So my proposal is just to move forward. Can we put this thing aside, keep the list as it is, let's find another day, then plan for tomorrow, Chair. That's my proposal. Thank you.
Honorable Sols.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I have no problem with the name of Honorable Ian Cameron to be removed if that's how the House feels. I have no problem. If the House feels that it's not necessary, I have no problem. It's, however, very important to understand that it is not just a matter of if Honorable Ian comes, we're just going to ask him what happened after the meeting and then it's finished. No, that allegation opens up a lot of questions, and that's the reason why when Honorable Ian had the floor and he had to question the witnesses, the first thing he attempted to do was clear up the notion that it is made to appear that he didn't want to act. So it would serve him better to be on the witness stand and we deal with it. There are other issues that are linked to that, possible issues, such as if we say number 37 is fine, Honorable Barnard, because of the allegation, Honorable Barnard and Honorable Ian is in the same political party. Did they share notes, perhaps? Did that influence the posture? These are questions. So it's not just one thing, as Honorable Mola said. So I just wanted to put it clear that it is not targeted. It was just because that's what our terms of reference says. There are elements that we can explore. However, I am willing to submit to the committee if we feel everybody that not necessary. Chair, I state on the record, Honorable Ian's name can be removed. I will submit to the decision of the committee and put my proposal aside. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. It's now 23 hours. Members, we are not in a debate like this one for the first time. You know, the last time we developed a list more or less the same length. And if you check at the first long list that we had, the reason why we couldn't move on that list was because the members agreed that let's go and listen to the key witnesses. We will listen to them and we will come back and determine whether the names that we have put here on the board are relevant. And when we started discussions here, following from the decision of the last meeting, the senior council and the team came here and presented a list of names that they felt it will be material for them to appear before the committee. And then it was a list of about 5 names which the committee accepted, agreed to. And I think that we should proceed with that list, including those SAPS officials that we have added. And then the second list that include those people outside the SAPS. And then with regard to the last list, if you listen to what Advocate Adhikari has said and what Honorable Sanguni and Honorable Malema, just to mention a few, we are trying to do what we did in the last meeting when we discussed this list. And Honorable Sols is right that we have the rules of parliament that outline what the powers of the chairperson of the committee are. But those rules do not empower the chairperson of a committee to take decisions on behalf of a committee. If the chairperson has to act, he must act within the decisions that the committee has taken. The committee has invited the SAPS before it. What are the decisions that the committee has taken which have to be implemented or which have to be monitored? And I think we will be very unfair to ourselves if we were going to allow ourselves to be abused like that and take decisions impulsively. is not how we should take decisions. Our decisions, if there is a way in which we measure the extent to which they are relevant and material to the fact at issue, must be within the framework that we have adopted. Number two, there is a plethora of political figures that have been mentioned here, and that is why when you spoke, Honorable Skosana, I used the phrase, what you call historical anachronism. If you remember when President Mkhwanazi became the president of South Africa, it was between September 2008 and the elections of 2009. Marikana happened in 2012. So we can't take decisions like that. If we agree on the name of President Mbeki, why aren't we asking who was the commissioner of police in 2007 when that conference happened, if we want to use that as a premise upon which we take decisions, because the VIP section or any security arrangement that is being made for politicians, there is a person who is responsible and who is accountable for those arrangements and deployments. And I don't think that
Point of order on you, Chair. Point of order on you, Chair. Now we are attacking us now. You said we're going to talk about this issue. Now we are responding on our submission.
It's not responding. I'm giving a summary of discussions here. I'm giving a summary. Unless you say I must just...
But we are attacking us now, Chair. No, Chair, is wrong.
So that is exactly why we need to understand why certain names are relevant and others will not be. So what we should do, the names of those generals that we have mentioned, including those SAPS officials, let's submit them to the legal team. And the senior counsel has even said it here that some of the names they may have to get statements from them, and then they can determine when statements have been received whether such a witness, whether it will be worthy for such a witness to come and appear before the committee. So we can't leave this meeting today without agreeing at least on a set of names. And then as this proceedings progress, we will come back again, and for sure the legal team would have made an assessment. If there is any politician that will have to be made here, there is no way we can run away from that. They will come before this committee because we have a responsibility to do so. So I just want us to close the meeting on that note that we have done work for today. It's not that we have not agreed on certain names. There are names that we have agreed on, starting with the name of Lieutenant General Khumalo, up to the last official that we added on the list of SAPS. We have agreed on those names. The second list we have agreed on, which starts with the name of Mr. Mkhwanazi, we have agreed that we are excluding Mr. Hangwane Maumela. So where we are stuck is on the third category. And even on those names that we have agreed, from time to time, if the legal team comes and say, you have submitted this name to us, we have obtained statements from these witnesses, we have this observation that we have made on their statements, and we feel that the committee may have to look as to whether you may still want to listen to this witness or not, because from the statement that we have, we can't even write a paragraph. So it will be a fair assessment. And I think that is the note at which we must close this meeting, honorable members, that at least we have agreed on 2 sets of names. We are failing to reach an agreement on the last set. And then that is a matter which we will come back to. Is that adequate?
Yes, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. I think it's fair as long as we agree that we don't remove anyone until we meet. For now, this list stays the same. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, honorable members. Tomorrow.
No, Chair. Chair.
No, Chair.
Chair.
Hello.
Yes, Chair. Honorable Malema.
Honorable Malema, thank you so much.
I agree with you that we must close, but you have changed a very good practice of rotating parties. And then after rotating parties, you're able to make a proper assessment and say, okay, this is the direction we're moving.
Yeah.
Because there's only one party here which has got a problem, it's MK. There's only one party. We cannot be held at ransom by MK. You're introducing a very wrong practice here. We are being held at ransom here by MK. Is the only one that disagrees. And then what is the point of having consensus in the committee? If having consensus will still be undermined by 1 or 2 people who are holding the committee at ransom. That's not how democracy works. We have agreed these names must go out. You were saying ANC, MK, DA, EFF, like that. And then from there, a decision has been made. I'm just saying, you can close, we can come back to it. But when you come back to it, come back to your own established principles. Because now I was hearing that thing for the first time since I sat in committees, where a chairperson goes by ANC, MK, DA, this. But I found that to be working. That's why I never challenged it. I was like, oh, but this is good because everyone gets an opportunity to express themselves and all of that. And then when consensus is reached, the chair will take a summary unless it is outside the rules of parliament or against the constitution where we seek some legal opinion and all of that. But please do not do that. We cannot be held at ransom by one party. Never. You should not allow that. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Sangoni.
No, Chair. I think I've been covered by Honorable Malema. I don't want to spoil the Chair because I think the decision was generally unanimous on the names that would come out. Thank you.
Yeah. No, honorable members, there is nothing that we have missed from the discussion. There is nothing, and the fact will never go away. So when we come back to the discussion of this list, we will proceed from where we have ended. The members are very right. We know the feeling of the meeting. We know which names have been agreed on that must be taken out, and the Secretariat has even emboldened those names.
No, Chair, point of order. It's not true. You said people that the last politicians were going to discuss it. That's what we agreed upon. You can't change now, Chair. You can't change. I said it. I raised that it doesn't matter whether those names are bolded. We did not agree on that. And we cannot be cascaded into like we are unreasonable people.
Kosana is the only one who disagrees. Kosana is the only one who disagrees.
No,
Why should we be held at ransom by Kosana? Why does he think he's got a power over other members?
Chair, we agree that we are going to.
They cannot speak. They cannot speak and second themselves.
We agreed upon.
You don't speak and second yourself. No one is seconded.
By Malema here. Malema is not God. He's not going to tell us. Chair, you said yourself that we are going to discuss the last category in our next meeting.
Who seconded Nkosana's proposal in the meeting here? Which party seconded MK's proposal here? That's how democracy works. You put a motion, the other one seconds you.
I think
this is okay, honorable members.
You cannot allow Malema to we are not his chief.
Who seconded you, Malema?
There's
This
no one
Malema
who
that who seconded your
the chair
proposal?
said we want to discuss the last category in the next meeting.
Honorable Nkosana and Honorable
Close the
Malema.
meeting, chair. We agreed on that. You cannot change that.
No, Honorable Nkosana, may you please listen to me.
As well. You cannot change.
I am not able to behave myself the way you do in the meeting. I'm not able
to order. I'm not
able to behave myself that way. That is the unfortunate part of me. And the reason why I cannot do that is because I have people who know me, who I am, and they will be very disappointed with me if they see me on television doing that. Honorable members, I will only lead you if you want to be, if you allow yourself to be led.
Point about
the meeting. No, I'm not going to take any point of order. The meeting must close. The meeting has spoken emphatically.
Yeah, I want to just say that.
And the honorable members are right that we have rotated the views of the meeting. There is no agreement on the last category, except that there is a part that honorable members have emphatically spoken on, the names that must be taken out there. Very emphatic. And so when we come to finalize that last category, it will be without the names that members have agreed must be taken out. That's how we're going to proceed going forward. So on the where we are, no, let me finish, Honorable Sol. Say, when I'm left with a second to close, I'll give you a chance to speak.
Thank you.
So tomorrow we are starting at 11 o'clock. And then we will have the Minister Mkhunu. The evidence leader will take him through probably until 5 or 6 in the evening. And then we will then continue the following day and probably finish around 1, 2, or 3. Because we are considerate of the fact that members have requested that let's do work on Fridays. But there may be other members. Members might have seen it last week, Friday, because members of parliament are leaders in their communities. They spend the whole week in Cape Town, and over the weekend they are expected to perform certain leadership responsibilities in the communities where they come from across the Republic. And we need to be alive to that. So the manner in which we use our Fridays and Mondays as a committee will have to be, must resonate with the responsibilities that we have. We have agreed that Monday is a constituency day, which is very important. And in the same way as we understand that Parliament is in the furthest south of the Republic, it's a very long distance for members to be in areas where they must provide leadership. So we're alive to that reality. And every time we plan our work, it must allow us exactly that opportunity that if members may want to leave in the afternoon or in the evening, that should be possible. So Minister Mkhwanazi will come back on Tuesday for questioning by members where we can run up until any time we want to. Honorable Sols.
Chair, I just wanted to say that I have to respect the procedure of the meeting. I was outnumbered. I gave a name. The House didn't accept the name. I must submit to that. I was outnumbered. And so everyone must equally submit to that. No matter how convinced I am that Honorable Ian must appear, the House felt no.
Yeah.
I have to accept it. So everyone must.
I'm going to rule you out of order, Honorable Sols, because the name is no longer on our list.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. Honorable members.
No, I'm just saying in terms of the disagreement, Honorable Skosana must do the same as I have done. The name is off because I've accepted.
Chair, you are opening.
You don't have to single him out, Honorable Sols. We are a meeting when we were gathered like this, and the view of the majority has prevailed in this meeting. So when we come back to the next meeting to discuss this list, those will not appear on the board because the committee said it does not want to hear anything about those names. Thank you so much. The meeting stands adjourned.
Thank you, Chair.
Recording